Good morning. The 14th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. I now give the floor to His Excellency Osman Saleh Mohammed, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Eritrea.
Good morning. Your Excellency Ms. Annalena Borbak, President of the 8th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, honorable heads of delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Madam President, allow me to join previous speakers to congratulate Your Excellency for your election to the presidency of the 8th session of the United Nations General Assembly. During the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly last year, I had briefly reflected as a backdrop and for purposes of historical reference to dwell on humanity's collective trajectory in the past 100 years. In this regard, the defining features of this century can be summed up by failure formed in 1995 and until the end of the Cold War, and reckless and dangerous trends set in motion in the prevalent unipolar world order in the last 30 years. As we all agree, the League of Nations and the United Nations were originally conceived as viable architectures of global governance to advance the pronounced lofty objectives that we all cherish. In this respect, and at a time when humanity is aspiring for a transition from the old, defunct global order to a new one, the overarching quest must revolve around finding outside tangential ideological acrimonies, enduring solutions to fundamental and outstanding problems that our global community continues to grapple with. Economic injustice has remained the primary challenge for mankind and all the peoples as a whole since ancient times, from primitive social systems to the epochs of slavery and colonization, all the way until our contemporary times in a developed 21st century. The perennial challenges stem from modalities of wealth creation and accumulation, and notably in relation to wealth and income sharing. The fact is, past and present global systems are broadly rooted on monopoly, plunder, and deceit. Domination and attendant policies crafted to that end, military power that is garnered, and military assaults unleashed are indeed mere tools of domination and plunder. Similarly, various economic and financial architectures are essentially enunciated to bolster the objectives of domination and plunder. Policies formulated and operations undertaken to expand the spheres of influence are likewise sheer means of domination and plunder. Subtle corruption constitutes another means of domination and plunder. Wars, conflicts, and crises are also stoked and aggravated for the sole purpose of domination and plunder. Tools of propaganda and deception are weaponized for similar objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, In the event, the cardinal challenge is how to bring about a new global order that promotes justice and fairness to supplant prevailing global governance architecture whose defining contours remain domination, plunder, deceit, and repression. Spiraling oppositions underway in various parts of our world, including in the developed and industrialized regions, through expansive popular demonstrations against dire economic trends and debilitating debt anchored by governments, are only the tip of the iceberg. But what is extremely preoccupying is the appalling economic situation in the underdeveloped countries, and more specifically in the marginalized African continent. Although the details can be assessed on a case-by-case basis, most of Africa's economy remains primitive. Africa remains a continent where raw materials are exported to the so-called developed economies for nominal prices, in which manufactured finished products are imported at highly inflated prices, where the economies are afflicted by huge losses in job opportunities, in which human capital and meager professional and skilled manpower are drained due to migration and brain drain, where presiding regimes lavishly waste borrowed money but cynically flaunt semblance of progress while burdened by mounting debt, are embroiled in corruption and political servitude to external forces, are afflicted by instability due to domestic polarization and endemic crisis, and where they face rapid population growth as well as imminent challenges and disasters. The scenario is very bleak indeed. Why was mankind's mission in the new century unsuccessful? The cherished mission does not contain novel and sophisticated inventions or ideological and philosophical dimensions. The values of the missions invoked and that underpin the struggle during the epochs of slavery have not changed whatsoever in this so-called new 20th century. The aspirations of mankind are: 1. To fairly own their economic resources and the fruits of their work and march on a sustainable path of generational progress and prosperity by accumulating wealth. 2. To secure peace and stability in order to guarantee prosperity and economic growth. 3. To ensure prevalence of fairness and justice as vital prerequisites for peace and stability. To promote mutual respect, complementarity, and cohesion integration, so as to bolster widest regional and global peace and stability, as well as mutual growth. 5. To establish appropriate legal executive structure and associated mechanisms for the implementation of these fundamental human aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, although mankind's aspirations have not been realized as yet, its cherished aspirations cannot be shelved or postponed. Failure to achieve the desired objectives can only spur stronger resilience and greater moral imperative. In the event, the timely and pressing task for all the peoples of the world is to strengthen their organizational and coordination mechanisms in order to prevail against perennial injustices, domination, deceit, coercion, intimidation, plunder, and monopolization, whatnot. In this regard, we call for the categorical lifting of all unilateral coercive measures and sanctions imposed on countries such as Eritrea and Cuba, including the unjust 60-year-long embargo against Cuba and its arbitrary designation on the spurious list of state sponsors of terrorism. This will require nurturing broad mechanisms of solidarity as well as continuous review and refinement of their strategies and methodologies. In this respect, the peoples of Africa should particularly work out, in view of the specific hurdles that they are facing, a robust mechanism in order to contribute their share with higher vigor to the collective mission for a new world order in tandem with ongoing endeavors for the consolidation of a broad international alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, on the occasion of the 80th session of the ANGA, I would like to mention that in the interest of time, I have chosen not to delve into vital issues pertaining to palpable shortcomings of the United Nations and its various agencies, along with possible remedial measures, as well as the various initiatives underway by several parties for the crystallization of a new global order. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Eritrea. I now give the floor to His Excellency Alva Romanus Baptiste, Minister for External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation and Diaspora Affairs of St. Lucia.
Madam President, in the words of the late Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States, the most reliable way to predict the future is to create it. The words of the late President are illuminated by Buckminster Fuller, who said, and I quote, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." Unquote. Hence, Madam President, the theme for this 80th session of the United Nations, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, is a trumpet call to like-minded countries to urgently reconstruct a better future for humanity. Building that better future together emphasizes the importance of international cooperation and shared responsibility. It requires a framework defining a shared destiny, and that involves better coordination and coherence across multiple actors to deliver the most effective and sustainable responses. In this regard, Madam President, St. Lucia, as a small island developing state, has maintained its engagement in the various processes of critical importance to its domestic agenda at the United Nations, such as climate change and sustainable development, financing for development, international ocean governance, the proliferation of small arms and light weapons, revitalization of the General Assembly, and decolonization. These all have a real impact on our national plans and programs. In the context of our development challenges, the global economy is facing multiple shocks that are threatening to further retard and reverse progress on St. Lucia's sustainable development. The impacts of these compounding shocks is aggravated by an unfair global financial system that is short-term oriented and crisis-prone, which further exacerbate inequalities. Not to mention that small island developing states like St. Lucia face existential threats amplified by climate change. Despite some skeptics, Madam President, there is no doubt that climate change is the most consequential and formidable challenge facing seeds. In fact, the latest scientific projections portend a grim future. Consequently, addressing the climate crisis is imperative for the survival and well-being of humanity, transcending national borders regardless of size or wealth. Prioritizing climate action is not just an environmental issue, but a moral obligation to protect human life, uphold global stability, and ensure a sustainable and equitable future for all of humanity. The recent advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice, which was requested by this very General Assembly, now also frames climate action as a legal responsibility. Hence, there is an urgent need to accelerate global momentum towards the ambitious targets across various international agreements and development agendas. A common thread across these instruments is the need to address the unique vulnerabilities and special circumstances of small island developing states. Madam President, we also work in the UN context to strengthen relations with countries and regions and encourage cooperation while remaining staunch advocates of the principles enshrined in the UN Charter, the rule of law, and the process of multilateralism. And St. Lucia agrees with the UN Secretary General that, and I quote, multilateralism is not an option but a necessity as we build back a better world with more equality and resilience and a more sustainable world. For we are confronted with challenges and threats largely emanating from the unilateral actions of powerful developed countries. And it is through the multilateral system of the United Nations that we can find comfort and the support to meet these challenges. However, the erosion of global trust, intensified by geopolitical divisions, economic disparities, and ongoing crises, threatens international cooperation and stability. As nations prioritize self-interest over collective well-being, diplomatic relations weaken and multilateral efforts falter. Madam President, while global solidarity is essential to uphold human rights, it is also important to support self-determination, especially for marginalized and colonized nations. Recognizing the right to independence fosters justice, equality, and dignity, and builds inclusive, sovereign societies that reinforce the universal principle that all peoples deserve freedom and self-governance. It is for this reason, Madam President, that the world must act urgently to bring an end to the gruesome carnage and injustices being perpetrated against the Palestinian people. And this must start with the implementation of the scores of resolutions that have been passed by the UN since 1947, which call for the Palestinians to exercise their right to self-determination. Madam President, I draw attention in particular to Resolution 3246 of 1974, which reaffirmed the unassailable rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, national independence and sovereignty, and the right of the Palestinians to return to their homes and property. In St. Lucia's reaffirmation of its commitment to human dignity, equality, and justice, Madam President, the ongoing Israeli military operations in Gaza and the West Bank raise serious concerns about the humanitarian impact on innocent civilians, which has exceeded disturbing, alarming, and unacceptable parameters. Madam President, dropping bombs on civilian populations, on defenseless men, women, and children cannot constitute a defense of oneself. Using starvation as a method of so-called warfare cannot constitute defense of oneself. Madam President, the destruction of hospitals, schools, and places of worship in Palestine in no way constitute self-defense and are completely unacceptable, inhumane, and atrocious. Is it surprising to anyone, therefore, that based on publicly available data from United Nations and other agencies, at least 66,053 Palestinians have been killed, 65,062 in Gaza, and 991 in the West Bank, and of the identified fatalities, at least 18,430 are children. Further, at least 247 journalists and 540 aid or humanitarian workers have been killed since October 7th, 2023. Madam President, in this morbid scenario, we must remind ourselves that this is not a video game. This is not science fiction, and Palestinians are not imaginary people. They are human beings deserving of our collective respect, independence, and protection. Recognizing the fact of the shared humanity of both Israelis and Palestinians should cause us to value equally the life of an Israeli and the life of a Palestinian. This would lead naturally to the fostering of dialogue and peaceful solutions to ensure security and stability for all parties involved, because respecting human rights and protecting all civilian lives must remain at the forefront of international efforts to resolve the conflict constructively. Madam President, St. Lucia's position is abundantly clear that there is an urgent need to put an end to the intolerable and significant human suffering, civilian casualties, and widespread destruction. And St. Lucia joins with the majority of member states which continue to call for de-escalation, dialogue, and adherence to international law to prevent further loss of life and foster a sustainable path toward peace. The Palestinians must have their own state and full membership to the United Nations alongside the State of Israel. The only way for Israel to have secure borders is for the Palestinian people to live in their own internationally recognized homeland in accordance with the universal right to self-determination. Peace in the Middle East can only come from this, not from bombs and wars, and terrorism and genocide and illegal settlements. Madam President, clearly, lasting peace cannot be secured on the basis of extremism. It must be pursued on the premise of mutual respect for the lives of both Israelis and Palestinians. Madam President, I speak to you today as one who's conscious of how the transatlantic slave trade inflicted unimaginable suffering, dehumanization, and economic exploitation upon millions of Africans. This is why we are adamant about our just cause for reparations from Europe for the African slave trade, which are a moral imperative rooted in justice and acknowledgement of profound historical injustices that have long-lasting consequences. Unsurprisingly, St. Lucia will sustain its condemnation of the atrocities being committed against the Palestinian people, rooted in decades of oppression, including the systemic undermining of Palestinian statehood. Madam President, since 1992, the United Nations General Assembly has consistently and overwhelmingly voted for the removal of the economic sanctions imposed by the United States on Cuba. It is time for all to respect and uphold the will of the General Assembly. Madam President, St. Lucia has consistently called for an end to the U.S. embargo on Cuba and its removal from the list of state sponsors of terrorism because we embrace the view that engaging Cuba diplomatically rather than isolating it would unlock opportunities to foster regional cooperation, critical for long-term peace and development in the Caribbean, as well as to create an improved security architecture for the entire hemisphere. This pragmatic approach aligns with global efforts to promote sovereignty, respect, and mutual understanding, demonstrating that diplomacy and constructive dialogue are more effective strategies than universal sanctions. Madam President, ending Russia's war in Ukraine is essential to restoring peace, respecting sovereignty, and preventing further humanitarian catastrophe. The ongoing conflict has caused immense loss of life, displacement of millions, and widespread destruction, destabilizing the region and threatening global security. Hence, ceasing hostilities would demonstrate respect for international law and sovereignty, encouraging negotiations over continued violence. Madam President, renewing our commitment to multilateralism also means that member states must take measures to reduce tensions and settle disputes in areas where, if not checked, conflict and war would prevail. It is for this reason that St. Lucia renews calls for the United Nations to allow Taiwan to meaningfully participate in the UN system. And I state categorically, Madam President, that UN Resolution 2758 of 1971 does not preclude Taiwan's inclusion and participation in the United Nations system. Madam President, Haiti faces an unprecedented humanitarian crisis marked by political instability, widespread poverty, environmental degradation, and a fragile healthcare system, all compounded by intractable gang violence. Hence, the urgent need for international support is critical to prevent further deterioration of living conditions, protect vulnerable populations, and restore law and order, as well as basic services like education and healthcare. Without immediate action, Haiti risks spiraling into deeper chaos, increased violence, and prolonged suffering that will destabilize the region and undermine global efforts for stability and development. This is why St. Lucia is extremely concerned that the multinational security support mission is woefully short of the personnel and equipment it needs to effectively pursue its mandate. Of the $900 million the UN anticipated raising for Haiti, only 9.2% of this has been received. The UN Secretary General has best described this, and I quote, as shamefully overlooked and woefully underfunded, unquote. Madam President, on the 29th of January 2014, the leaders of the Community of Latin America and Caribbean states declared our region as a zone of peace. It was a declaration based on a commitment to upholding the principles of the UN Charter. It was based on the understanding that peace was necessary for the development of the peoples of the region, and that peace in the region contributed to international peace and security. As recently as the 13th of June this year, at the Brazil-Caribbean Summit in Brasilia, the heads of government reaffirmed their commitment to maintaining the region as a zone of peace. It is in this context, therefore, that St. Lucia, like other CARICOM member states, views with concern recent developments in the region which have aggravated tensions between Venezuela and the United States. We pray, Madam President, that this tension does not degenerate into violence, hence maintaining our region as a zone of peace. It is also in the context of the Latin American and Caribbean region as a zone of peace that St. Lucia is concerned over developments between Venezuela and the CARICOM member state of Guyana in relation to the border dispute between the two countries. St. Lucia urges the non-use of force on that issue and reliance on the multilateral mechanisms that are in place for resolving it. St. Lucia prioritizes diplomacy over violence, believing dialogue fosters peaceful coexistence and safeguards sovereignty. Small nations like ours can advocate effectively through non-violent diplomacy, demonstrating its moral and pragmatic strength, Madam President. Consequently, Madam President, we have a moral obligation to promote peace, development, and human rights through collective leadership rooted in respect, diplomacy, and multilateral cooperation. However, Madam President, we have to accept that the UN's Commission is being ignored and disrespected when we witness the undeniable genocide that is being committed against the people of Palestine. Further, the recent attacks on Iran, Syria, Lebanon, and Qatar speak to the violation of the UN Charter, which has now become normalized. We cannot deny that the UN's Commission is being snubbed and disregarded when, after 3 years, Russia continues to flout international law and the UN Charter with its unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. Similarly, the UN's Commission is also being ignored in the 63-year-old unproductive economic embargo that has been imposed on the government and people of Cuba, despite the many UN resolutions calling for its removal. And we have to agree that the UN's Commission is being disregarded in the conflict in the Sudan. These shocks to the UN's Commission should be of concern to all member states, but they are of particular concern to all small island developing states like St. Lucia, not just because these conflicts threaten world peace in general, but because they are symptomatic of a departure from multilateralism and the adoption of an outdated notion that might is right. Clearly, Madam President, violence is not in consonance with the requirements of our times. In fact, it is abundantly clear that military dominance, which is an expired currency of a bygone era, is not moral tender and cannot purchase peace and stability in the contemporary global political environment. The old military order, though fraught with contradictions, is pregnant with renewal. Without guidance, its offspring may be disfigured by conflict. But with diplomacy as the midwife, this troubled gestation can deliver a new era of peace and stability. The world's intolerance for the carnage in Gaza and the West Bank is symptomatic of its resentment for needless bloodshed. While military dominance enables death and destruction, it cannot resolve the spectrum of challenges that we as a global family are called upon to confront within the framework of our integrated whole. So, Madam President, the UN 80 initiative is essential to revitalize the UN's effectiveness amid crisis, enhancing multilateralism to restore trust and address issues like climate change and inequality. Madam President, despite challenges like limited enforcement, vetoes, and geopolitical interests, the UN remains a valuable conflict resolution tool. We should leverage the UN to advance economic and social priorities and a stronger international response to global issues. Hence, a new model for the United Nations should prioritize reforming its decision-making processes to enhance efficiency, accountability, and inclusivity, addressing current limitations like veto power and bureaucratic inertia. This model would shift towards a more equitable representation, empowering developing countries and marginalized groups ensuring their voices influence global solutions. It would strengthen the UN's capacity for rapid response to crisis, integrating innovative approaches like technology and multi-stakeholder partnerships. By fostering transparency and accountability, this new model would rebuild global trust, making the UN a more effective, responsive, and equitable platform for advancing peace, sustainable development, and human rights in an increasingly interconnected world. This model, Madam President, will give birth to an international environment of peace, of the absence of major conflicts and wars, of the decline of unilateralism, of a greater function in multilateralism that protects us from climate change and climate injustice, from the scourge of illegal weapons smuggled into our countries, an international environment where nations honor their financial commitments and responsibilities and respond and respect and promote human rights that supports our efforts at regional integration. Madam President, as I prepare to close, this model would be a fine testament that after 80 years, multilateralism would be in a good place, and that with the United Nations, we can expect that in the years ahead, there will be more peace, greater development, and the prevalence of human rights. Let us choose it, my dear brothers and sisters. Let us reach for it, my dear brothers and sisters, because after all, in the words of Buckminster Fuller, we are called to be architects of the future, not its victims. Madam President, I yield the floor.
I thank the Minister for External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation and Diaspora Affairs of St. Lucia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mulambo Hamakuni Haimbe, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Zambia.
Your Excellency, Madam Annalena Baerbock, President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. I am honored to address this August Assembly on behalf of Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia. Allow me, at the outset, to congratulate you, Madam President, on your election to the presidency of the 80th session of the General Assembly. The choice of theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, is timely as it underscores the need for us to work together for the common good in the face of multiple global challenges. In this regard, Zambia reaffirms its faith in multilateralism and the United Nations Charter, a key foundation for our shared commitment to international peace and cooperation. Over the past 8 decades, the United Nations has been the cornerstone of global peace, security, and cooperation. It has helped prevent major conflicts, advanced decolonization, supported peacekeeping missions, and played a leading role in advancing global action in public health, education, and humanitarian relief that have saved countless lives. Through initiatives such as the Sustainable Development Goals, it has mobilized nations to reduce poverty, improve public health and education, as well as promoted gender equality. We also note that peace is intrinsically intertwined with development, as there can be no sustainable development in the absence of peace. Therefore, the UN's efforts at peace building and peacekeeping are very critical for the development of all regions of the world, even those seemingly distant from the war front. We recognize, however, that the UN has been slow to react to some of the conflict situations which has led to serious humanitarian crises. We also acknowledge the need for key reforms and genuine inclusiveness, particularly for Africa, whose voice remains stifled after 8 decades. We must reflect on this and other areas that could be enhanced. Those challenges remain. The United Nations has proved that multilateralism can deliver tangible progress for humanity. We are confident that the Pact for the Future and the Declaration on Future Generations agreed upon during the 79th session renews our hope and solidarity to sustain the momentum of the past 80 years. Madam President, as we undertake these reforms, it will be important to ensure that the pursuit of efficiency should not be at the expense of the United Nations' reach and impact on the interests of developing countries, particularly those facing the largest implementation gaps in the SDGs. The UN 80 initiative must strengthen delivery in the 3 core pillars of the United Nations of peace and security, development and human rights. We must preserve those parts of the UN that work. For instance, the resident coordinator system has helped coordinate various UN development agencies to ensure they work together effectively, efficiently, and transparently in supporting the host governments achieve SDGs. These reforms must serve to strengthen the RC system. Madam President, we meet at a critical moment when escalation in geopolitical tensions pose a significant threat to the gains made in the 80 years of the United Nations' existence. This exacerbates the existing challenges and places multilateralism under threat. Further, we have witnessed how challenges such as ongoing conflict situations, climate shocks, and the pandemic have negatively impacted the global economy. It is therefore clear that a short period of war or crisis can erase decades of development gains. We therefore categorically condemn war and aggression and urge all parties in conflict to choose diplomacy over violence. Allow me to re-echo President Hakainde Hichilema's constant reminder to the world that instability anywhere is instability everywhere. Zambia therefore remains an advocate for peace, human rights, good governance, and inclusive development for a strengthened multilateral system. Further, we remain committed to the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Zambia has been actively engaged in regional peace efforts. We continue to support the work of the African Union and regional organizations in mediation and peacekeeping, including in the Horn of Africa and the Great Lakes region. Here at the United Nations,
Big dreams start small. At GoDaddy, we help you take that first step and every step after. From getting your domain to creating your website, email, and online security, we've got you covered. You don't need to be a tech expert. You just need a starting point. GoDaddy gives you the tools, the expert support, and the push to make it real. Your brand starts here with GoDaddy.
Vitamin C, goodness of fruits, or great taste. Nestle Fruta Vitals. All is well that starts well.
From Nestle.
Children recruited, a number of teachers to improve the quality of education. We further recognize that a healthy population underpins productivity and inclusive growth. Zambia therefore remains steadfast in its pursuit of health for all by building resilience, equitable and accessible health systems. We are expanding infrastructure, providing essential supplies, and deploying thousands of health workers to underserved areas, among other interventions. While we recognize the changing landscape in official development assistance, we call on development partners to continue their effort to support HIV/AIDS programs, especially with antiretroviral therapy, so that countries such as Zambia that have made progress in the fight against HIV do not regress on account of funding constraints. We therefore look forward to upcoming World Social Summit in Qatar that will accord us an opportunity to engage on key social development issues and advance social progress, ensuring that no one is left behind in the global sustainable development journey. We urge all member states and development partners to prioritize health spending as a strategic investment because human capital is the greatest asset of any nation. Madam President, to protect the most vulnerable, Zambia has scaled up safety nets. Our social cash transfer program now reaches over 6.5% households. This and other complementary initiatives such as food security packs and skills training has been crucial in cushioning families from shocks and lifting communities out of extreme poverty. Madam President, we believe that empowering women is more than just a moral duty. When women thrive, families prosper and nations advance. We therefore place women and youth at the center of our transformation through affirmative measures that enhance women's participation in decision-making and protect their careers and families. We continue to lead efforts to eliminate gender-based violence and child marriage through strengthening laws and community awareness programs. We call on the international community to redouble efforts towards gender equality, especially as we commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Women's Conference and Beijing Program of Action. Madam President, Zambia's economy, like many other developing countries, has endured turbulent times in recent years. Upon assuming office, our government's highest priority was to restore macroeconomic stability, which we are steadily delivering. We implemented difficult but necessary reforms to restructure our public debt in order to create fiscal space. This debt restructuring, alongside our ongoing IMF-supported program, has put Zambia firmly on a path to debt sustainability and renewed investor confidence. However, stabilizing the economy is only the first step. We equally focused on reigniting growth and economic transformation through diversification. Madam President, the existential threat of climate change looms over all our aspirations. Despite our minimal contribution to global emissions, many developing countries often experience increased frequency of climate shocks, such as droughts and destructive floods. In this regard, we look ahead with a hope to the upcoming COP30 in Brazil, which will mark the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. This milestone conference must be a turning point from promises to action. Zambia has submitted its revised National Determined Contribution, NDC 3.0, and we therefore encourage other countries to do the same with enhanced ambition to be within the reach of the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. We must act now to limit global warming and to adapt to its effects. Let us summon the political will for bold action that safeguards the planet for future generations. Madam President, 5 years to the year 2030, only 17% of SDGs are on track. We also note that several developing countries remain fiscally constrained in directing sufficient resources towards SDGs on account of increasing debt burdens, highlighting the need to strengthen mechanisms for resolving debt crises. Against this backdrop, Zambia was privileged to have co-facilitated the outcome document of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, which unanimously adopted the Sevilla Commitment. This outcome has renewed global consensus to close the $4 trillion annual SDG financing gap. It is now time to move from commitments to action. We call on all nations, development banks, and the private sector to align their policies and investments with the SDGs. Official development assistance, a lifeline for less developed countries, must be protected. There is need to scale up domestic resource mobilization, embracing innovative financing mechanisms, tackling illicit financial flows, and promoting private sector involvement. Madam President, for too long, the current international financial architecture has perpetuated structural inequalities, particularly for developing countries. The post-war institutions designed to promote global economic stability and growth no longer reflect today's geopolitical and economic realities. Many African countries continue to bear the weight of unsustainable debt, limited access to concessional financing, and the effects of global shocks beyond their control, from climate change to pandemics and global conflicts. We therefore welcome the commitments from various stakeholders for comprehensive reform of the global financial system. This reform should include governance reform of global financial institutions to strengthen representation of developing countries in international economic decision-making. Zambia further welcomes initiatives such as the Borrowers Forum to ensure fair and timely resolution of debt. Madam President, Zambia is both a least developed country, LDC, and a landlocked, or as we prefer, land-linked developing country, an LLDC. These two categories of countries face unique structural challenges. In July 2025, Zambia was privileged to host the LDC Future Forum in Lusaka, whose insights on building resilience to shocks and the need for innovation to address challenges were empowering. During the conference, our Republican President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, underscored the need for LDCs to build resilience by being more proactive and self-reliant. As a landlocked country, Zambia welcomes the Awaza Program of Action, which prioritizes structural transformation, trade facilitation, regional connectivity, resilience, and ICT infrastructure, which reflect our own priorities. We also welcome the Awaza's call for innovative financing. Landlocked need not mean isolated and encased. I repeat, Madam President, landlocked need not mean isolated and encased. As our President fondly states, LLDCs can become land-linked rather than landlocked, and we in Zambia are committed to making this vision a reality. Allow me to appeal, Madam President, that even as we reform the office of the High Representative for landlocked, for less developed countries, landlocked countries, and SIDS must be maintained. It is of imperative importance. Madam President, the theme of this session, Better Together, also compels us to reflect on the United Nations' readiness to address today's complex challenges. The Security Council's current composition and working methods reflect a bygone era and are overdue for reform. Decisions on critical peace and security issues are all too often stalled by the veto power of a few, even when the wider membership speaks clearly. Africa, with 1.4 billion people, still has no permanent seat, a historical injustice that must be rectified. Zambia therefore reaffirms the Common Africa position on Security Council reform as set out in the El Zulwini Consensus and the CETA Declaration. We call for comprehensive reform that expands both permanent and non-permanent membership to make the Council more equitable, effective, and reflective of today's world. Madam President, Excellencies, 80 years ago, the world emerged from war with a promise to never again allow division and destruction to define our collective future. That promise is being tested today. Let this 80th General Assembly be remembered as a turning point where the world chose solidarity over silence, justice over inertia, and unity over division. We must act not out of fear, but out of hope, not in isolation, but in solidarity, as we are better together. Madam President, Your Excellencies, I thank you.
Create your own website with ease using Hostinger AI Website Builder. Simply describe what you need in the prompt box and let AI generate a unique website for you. From colors and images to fonts and text, you explain it, AI will build it. Keep what you like, discard what you don't. Customize it all with the easy drag and drop editor. Hit Go Live when you want to launch your new website and get ready to be discovered on Google. Go online with ease with 24/7 live customer support and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Start using Hostinger AI Website Builder today. Hostinger. 3, 2, online.
चूज करें सिर्फ नेस्ले प्योर लाइफ, क्योंकि हेल्थी फ्यूचर से कीमती कुछ नहीं.
President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let me, Madam President, congratulate you on your election as President. Since the end of the Second World War, multilateral institutions have helped to make our world safer and more prosperous. More than 1 billion people have been lifted out of extreme poverty. Famine and disease have declined. We see shared effort leading to shared prosperity. Pourtant, aujourd'hui,
however, today, this multilateral system is under threat. Some countries are turning more inward, looking at protectionism and unilateralism rather than multilateralism. Around the world, the geopolitical landscape is unstable. Those power is heading towards a way that is undermining, jeopardizing our security and prosperity. We are facing challenges that no country can address alone. Allow me to start with Canada itself, because the strength that we have abroad is based on resilience at home.
Proudly bilingual, resilient, dynamic democracy spanning 3 oceans, blessed with natural resources, and above all, defined by the ingenuity of our people. Our scientists are leaders in artificial intelligence and clean technology. Our workers are partnering in the global energy transition. Our entrepreneurs are advancing critical minerals, agriculture, and digital innovation. Canada is home to Indigenous peoples and to immigrants from every corner of the globe. Let me say a few words about Indigenous peoples on the eve of Canada's National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. The voices of Indigenous peoples enrich our democracy at home and diplomacy abroad.
Their leadership has laid the foundations for the path followed by Canada and is strengthening our place in the world. Canada has for a long time been advocating for cooperation, diplomacy and international law. Whether this be a question of promoting peacekeeping operations of the UN during the Suez crisis, or indeed the Ottawa Treaty that prohibits anti-personnel mines, Canada has always been an innovative leader on global issues. This is something that still guides us.
Not shrink from global challenge. Canada does not retreat from duty. Canada does not walk away from building and strengthening peace. Even as the world changes, Canada remains a stable and reliable partner, both in business and collective security. At its core, our foreign policy rests on three pillars. First, defense and security, keeping Canadians safe, strengthening our sovereignty, being good allies and partners in NATO and NORAD. Second, economic resilience, diversifying trade, strengthening supply chains, being an attractive destination for capital, and an entrusted trading partner while advancing rules-based trade. And third, core values, promoting democracy and pluralism, balancing and maintaining human rights, fostering gender equality, protecting our environment, and working with Indigenous partners on sustainable development and prosperity while safeguarding our environment. But we face a changed reality. Rising unilateralism and protectionism weaken multilateral institutions and the rule of law, the very bedrock of the post-war order. À eux seuls.
In 2024 alone, 300 million people needed humanitarian assistance, 120 million $15 trillion a year for the global economy. And each of these figures is not simply a statistic, but it's a child, a family, a community. Each and every one of them are just proof of why we must respect together the UN Charter, the Geneva Conventions, the Refugee Conventions, and human rights conventions.
Stark realities. Retreat is not an option. Canada will not turn inward. Canada will work to reform and strengthen multilateral institutions such as the United Nations so that they are more resilient and more effective in meeting the challenges of today and tomorrow. Canada is an Arctic nation. In the Arctic, a critical part of Canada and the world, climate change and new geopolitical pressures create both risks and responsibilities. Canada will safeguard its sovereignty, modernize NORAD with the United States, bolster NATO with fellow members, and work with Indigenous peoples to ensure that the Arctic remains a region of peace, cooperation, and sustainable development. The challenges to security are not confined to our own borders. Russia's 2022 illegal full-scale invasion of Ukraine stands as a grave breach of the UN Charter. Russia's aggression, attacks on civilians, and abduction of children are flagrant violations of international law. Putin believed Ukraine would fall in 3 days. 3.5 years later, Ukraine still stands, its sovereignty intact, its people unbowed, its courage unbroken. Canada's position is clear. Putin cannot be permitted to redraw boundaries at his will. Might does not make right. Ukraine is not backing down, nor will its friends, including Canada.
In supporting Ukraine, we are not only defending a nation, we are defending the founding principles of sovereignty, dignity, and peace. Values that unite us all. Canada has already pledged $22 billion of various types of aid to Ukraine, and Ukraine can count on our long-term support. Here at the UN, last week, the Prime Minister Carney and President Zelensky reaffirmed our shared commitments, something that is shared by a large number of you here, to bring back Ukrainian children, bring them home.
The October 7th terrorist attack by Hamas on Israeli civilians was absolutely horrific. Hamas is a terrorist organization and an impediment to peace. Canada calls to release all remaining hostages immediately. The scope of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is catastrophic. Canada has committed over $340 million in humanitarian aid, and are calling on Israel to help protect the civilian population of humanitarian aid at scale, and to ensure the two-state solution is eroding, as is evident in Israel's illegal expansion, reflects long-standing Canadian policy based on the right of commitment to a two-state solution. Live side by side in peace, continue their efforts to reach a ceasefire. Processes that must follow. Canada will strengthen the capacity
lives and UN Security Councils are not something that happens far away in today's interconnected world. Conflicts, indeed, that break out anywhere in the world affect all of us.
Global economy, Canada's diplomacy is also focused on delivering growth and economic resilience for our people. To grow our economy and create opportunities for our businesses, Canada is deepening partnerships in Europe, the Indo-Pacific, the Americas, and Africa. Recent progress includes a strategic defense partnership with the European Union, the Canada-Indonesia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, signed just last week, expanded agreements with Mexico, and continued leadership through key trade agreements such as the CPTPP and CETA. These are not just trade agreements. These are bridges of resilience, engines of prosperity, and commitments to the rules-based system that benefits us all. Through multilateralism, we can build an inclusive and sustainable global economy. And when multilateral institutions are under threat, Canada will not turn inward. We will lock arms with our partners to strengthen institutions, building their legitimacy and their efficacy to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. We are determined to forge new economic partnerships and leverage our competitive advantages in areas of economic strength. Canada will ensure that we utilize our diplomatic efforts abroad to the benefit of domestic interests as well. Alors que nous...
At a time when we're all looking to strengthen resilience, security and economic growth of our peoples, we cannot renounce, give up on our multilateral institutions and processes. Multilateralism remains our best hope to address global challenges. Rather than rejecting international norms, we should instead strengthen multilateralism by reforming its international institutions. This is the only way that international institutions will be able to address the challenges that we are all facing, while all the while providing results for our nations and peoples.
Have an opportunity to act with pragmatism and flexibility in our efforts to deal with collective challenges. That is good advice for all of us in our chamber here today. We need to bring together the representatives of those countries and entities that are both relevant to and affected by the crises at hand. As we have seen with the Coalition of the Willing for Ukraine, these efforts in support of the UN Charter need to become the new norm so that we can move forward on urgent challenges at scale and at speed. A generation of Canadians, including Canada's fierce and inspiring ambassador to the United Nations, Bob Rae, who has provided a lifetime of dedicated service to our country, helped to build these multilateral institutions. And I pay tribute to Bob for his lifetime of dedicated service to our country. Our goal will always be to prevent and to resolve international conflicts, while modernizing global institutions so that they can meet the challenges of the future. To close, Canada is committed to leaving future generations not only a safer, more prosperous,
ले आए मॉस्पिल जो करे मच्छरों से घंटों फाइट, दे अप टू 8 hours प्रोटेक्शन, मच्छर आपसे दूर रहने पर मजबूर।
तक पे क्या जाता है? सवाल ये नहीं कि टक पे क्या जाता है, सवाल ये है कि टक पे क्या नहीं जाता।
टक पे क्या जाता है?
A world where prosperity is shared, security is collective, and peace is lasting. This is Canada's pledge in this era of geopolitical challenge and change. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Miigwech.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Canada. I now give the floor to His Excellency Javier Bo Soto, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Honduras.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Heads of State and of Government, Ambassadors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I address you today on behalf of the Government of the Republic of Honduras and on behalf of President Iris Xiomara Castro Sarmiento, the first woman to lead the destiny of our nation, who recognizes the historic meaning of this General Assembly, which commemorates 80 years since the establishment of the United Nations. 8 decades have elapsed since humanity, in the wake of the horror of 2 world wars, decided to build a new legal, moral and political framework to preserve peace, protect fundamental rights, and build equal development between peoples. Today, in 2025, we need urgently to see if this foundational promise has been fulfilled, or, worse, if there is the risk of it being meaningless, given the unprecedented challenges of the 21st century. Madam President, the world is not peaceful. The genocide in Gaza, the devastation in Ukraine, persistent violent crises, particularly in the Middle East, Africa and Haiti, the dangerous weapons business of global capitalism, all show the failure of the multilateral system to fulfill its essential mandate to achieve peace, to prevent barbarism, to stop the progression of the nuclear race, which major powers are engaged in and which could be the apocalypse of humanity. We categorically reject the fact that the most important decisions on peace and security throughout the world are hoarded in the hands of 5 permanent members of the Security Council. Their veto power, which has become an anachronistic privilege, has paralyzed collective action and the calls for peace in different parts of the world, and has allowed those committing war crimes to enjoy impunity. The UN cannot remain a hostage to special interests, nor can it be idly complicit in the face of the destruction of entire peoples. It is morally unacceptable that while billions of dollars are spent on weapons, budgets for peacekeeping operations, humanitarian aid, and sustainable development are being slashed. How can it be justified that the voice of 193 states who are present in this General Assembly and who are in favor of peace, to put an end to the different power blocks, can be cancelled out by one vote? We cannot continue to sustain a global order founded on privilege and inequality that leads to suffering for millions of poor people throughout the world. If we want the UN to survive as a guarantor of peace and not as an impotent bystander, we urgently need to reform its foundational charter. That is why Honduras joins the clamour of the Global South, demanding that the UN Charter be structurally changed to democratize the Security Council so that it once again has legitimacy, effectiveness and justice for the nations of the world. To be clear, we are proposing the following. First of all, to broaden the composition of permanent members and non-permanent members, ensuring equitable regional representation therein. Secondly, we need to get rid of the veto, particularly when peace is looked for. and we need to ensure that this is particularly the case where there is genocide, war crimes, and widespread violations of human rights. Thirdly, we need to beef up the role of the General Assembly, providing the Assembly with more power, more binding power in decisions pertaining to peace, security and development. And finally, we need to open decision-making fora for women, indigenous peoples, youth and diasporas, whose voice continues to be marginalized. Honduras is not accepting any more excuses. We will not remain silent in the face of injustice. The norms of the international order cannot continue to be defined by the logic of war, the hegemony of capital, or strategic workings of the most powerful. It must reflect the universal desire of people to live in peace, democracy, with dignity and freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, in Honduras we have embraced these principles. In these 3.5 years of democratic government, led by President Xiomara Castro, 12 years and 7 months on since the coup d'etat against the democratic president Manuel Zelaya in Honduras, back then, a drug dictatorship was installed, whose head, Juan Orlando Hernandez, was convicted in New York and sentenced to 45 years imprisonment for being part of a drug trafficking cartel to traffic drugs towards the United States. Public-private corruption, constitutional deterioration, recover from this carrying out branch focusing on the well-being of the majorities who were sacrificed by the drug dictatorship and historically excluded by the neoliberal economic model. This recovery has meant putting people's lives above business and putting education and health above privilege. Our progress has been clear. Poverty, which was 73% in 2021, has come down to 63% in 2024. And extreme poverty has been reduced from 54% to 40%. This means that more than 1 million people in Honduras have been lifted out of poverty in these 3 years. Inequality has also been reduced by almost 6 points on the Gini index. This is double what the previous government had achieved. In addition to this, the income of the 20% poorest, who had been sacrificed as a result of the looting and the indebtedness that had been carried out by the previous government. In contrast to this, in the administration of the democratic socialism of Xiomara Castro that we now have, these people have seen their income increase by 150%, and they now have access to health, sports, security, education, roads, agriculture, and energy provided free of charge. In terms of security, Honduras ended 2024 with a homicide rate of 26 for each 100,000 inhabitants. This is the lowest rate in 20 years. In the anti-corruption fight, we have opened our public finances to scrutiny from social audits. We have got rid of corrupt trust funds, and we have recovered our public goods. The tax justice law sent to the National Congress is part of our progressive tax reform, which aims to redistribute wealth for education, health, agriculture, and social protection, and it eliminates privileges given to the most powerful 25 economic groups and 10 families who monopolize 80% of the country's GDP and enjoyed generous tax breaks. In terms of gender, we have improved gender equality in decision-making. Our cabinet has equal representation of women and men, and we also have programs that have been rolled out to eradicate gender-based violence. Distinguished delegates, Honduras is striving to recover its forests. We have a zero deforestation program to 2030. In this effort, we have established 3 military battalions to protect our forests. Honduras is one of the countries that it suffers most as a result of climate change, even though we are one of the countries that contributes the least to global pollution. Droughts, devastating storms, a loss of biodiversity, and forced displacements are all open wounds that we have not caused, but which we are nevertheless paying with our lives and with our future. This is a struggle that we cannot carry out alone. Similarly, we reject the way in which migration is being criminalized, with harsher laws and more militarized borders. This road resolves nothing. It only perpetuates tragedy. It multiplies suffering, and it denies the fact that there is shared international responsibility to address a human and global phenomenon. People migrate as a result of unequal systems that have failed them for years, not because of their own choice. Criminalizing them means punishing them twice, first to poverty and then to exile. Colleagues, our foreign policy is based on our unwavering respect for sovereignty, the self-determination of people, and human rights. That is why we denounce the illegal unilateral sanctions that throttle economies and condemn people to misery. These measures, such as those imposed against Cuba for decades now, must cease immediately. We unreservedly condemn all forms of foreign occupation and threats of military interference in our hemisphere. They are totally unacceptable. Measures such as these mean denying people's rights to live in free sovereign states. This right is inalienable, and its recognition cannot continue to be postponed or manipulated. No rhetorical justification can legitimize the violation of sovereignty or the subjugation of nations. That is why today, before this General Assembly, we repeat our recognition of the State of Palestine, in line with our historic commitment and with our unwavering stance in favor of peace, security, and the coexistence of 2 states in the Middle East. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, this November, Honduras will hold general elections, which will be transparent, inclusive, and democratic. The government of President Xiomara Castro will ensure the free participation of all political sectors, respect for public freedoms, and the presence of regional and international electoral observation missions. Madam President, the United Nations must dare to change so as not to be a relic of the past, but rather the voice of the future. 80 years since its establishment, it is not enough to commemorate the past. It is now time to open fora for dialogue and hope for a better tomorrow that is still possible. Thank you very much.
I thank the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Honduras. I now give the floor to His Excellency Edward Bizimana, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and Development Cooperation of Burundi.
Monsieur le Président,
President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am taking the floor today on behalf of the President of the Republic of Burundi, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, who bestowed upon me the honour of representing him at this assembly and to share the views of Burundi. Today, as we mark the 80th anniversary of our organisation.
Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Fiame Naomi Matafa, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Independent State of Samoa. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. I have the great pleasure in welcoming Her Excellency Fiame Naomi Matafa, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Independent State of Samoa. I invite her to address the Assembly.
O te tua mua ona o whātulou le paia malmamalu o Samoa I ona tūlanga whaalupe. Tāpua I maia le a whaise sao I a manuvao a wale whono usu a malo au whātasi. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I extend Samoa's congratulations to His Excellency, Mr. Saba Korozi, on your assumption of the presidency of the 77th session of the General Assembly. Please be assured of Samoa's full support in the successful execution of your mandate over the next 12 months. Mr. President, it is an honor for me to address this Assembly in person as Samoa's Prime Minister as part of the year-long celebratory events of our 60th independence anniversary since we became independent in 1962. Samoa has for decades championed the importance of the rule of law and protection of human rights. Many have labeled the events that unfolded following our 2021 elections a constitutional crisis. While these were difficult times for Samoa, they were also key to our forward journey as a maturing democracy. It divided our country and tested the key pillars of our society: our faith, our culture, and the rule of law. However, my delivering this statement today as the first female Prime Minister of Samoa and bringing about a change in government after 4 decades are testament to the fact that the rule of law has prevailed. Samoa today remains peaceful and stable, despite all the challenges we lived through. My government will continue to safeguard the rights of all its citizens, especially the most vulnerable, by strengthening appropriate social protection measures and prioritizing assistance for those most in need. We have focused on people-centered development as pivotal to the implementation of our development agenda for over the next 5 years. Samoa presented its 3rd Universal Periodic Review in November of 2021. We maintain that our Christian values, unique culture, and traditions complement our human rights obligations and fundamental freedoms which we have committed to promote, respect, protect, and fulfill. Mr. President, as we take stock of the global challenges we face, we highlight the need for sustainable measures to address post-COVID economic recovery and urge all nations to resolve and work towards peace and security, enhance resilience from climate change impacts, as well as achieving our Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda. The theme of this year's general debate, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, resonates with Samoa, as we clearly recognize that the world is at a critical moment in the history of the United Nations due to complex and interconnected crises. We need an effective United Nations to mobilize our collective efforts and to propel urgent actions to address these issues. The achievement of the SDGs must be the driving force in our collective efforts over the next 8 years. Together, we must elevate our actions with urgency to address the climate emergency, or our planet will be lost to us and to future generations. Though far removed from the centers of conflict, resultant escalating fuel and food prices and threats of nuclear weapons use have reached our isolation. Yet no one empathizes with the war climate is waging on atoll islanders, watching their maritime boundaries disappear fast with sea level rise. Samoa stands ready to meet its obligations and commitments in achieving the SDGs. There is a need to strengthen capacity building at all levels, enhance data and information collection and storage through national and regional climate change portals, as well as invest in robust systems and processes, including reporting and verification and knowledge brokerage. Improving resilience, actions through learning and developing knowledge societies will enable adaptation and responsiveness to future crises. Mr. President, both the global financial and governance systems are desperately in need of reform. As the UN Secretary General lucidly puts it, the global financial system is morally bankrupt, and it favors the rich and punishes the poor. This must change. The approval and effective implementation of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index will be a move in the right direction in addressing this imbalance and make the global financial architecture fit for purpose by tackling the SIDS financing gaps. The full support of all our development partners, international financial institutions, and multilateral development banks is critical in ensuring the effective implementation of the MBI. Mr. President, small island developing states face a unique set of vulnerabilities which impede their ability to achieve sustainable development. The COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated those vulnerabilities with many SID countries being particularly affected by the drop in international tourism and remittances. Consequently, the timely call for and endorsement of a multidimensional vulnerability index will allow for the inclusion of more than just income-based criteria to assess eligibility for concessional finance. A universal MBI could be viewed as the foundation upon which the key principles guiding specific responses to our vulnerabilities are anchored. It is an option and not a hindrance. It should be perceived as the landing zone upon which specific responses could be framed depending on the circumstances involved. It is a tool that provides for a richer lens on vulnerability and resilience, hence its adoption and full implementation is critical for our economic recovery. Mr. President, climate change remains our #1 priority. The scientific evidence is clear and irrefutable. For Pacific communities, the main challenge is securing action for survival. And we all need to shoulder our responsibilities and play our part. The big polluters and emitters have a moral obligation and responsibility to meet their commitments ahead of COP27. Why? Because they hold the key to our achieving the 1.5-degree promise of the Paris Agreement. We call on all parties to commit to more ambitious NDCs to meet the Paris Agreement promise, as we are all part of the solution. Our global commitment to implement the Paris Agreement is critical. Even with limiting warming to 1.5 degrees, SIDS will continue to incur severe loss and damage. We must therefore promote recovery investments that are climate smart, resilient, and in line with net zero emissions by 2050. We are at the doorstep of COP27. We must work diligently to generate solutions to meet expectations. The achievement of a 50-50 split between mitigation and adaptation funding is paramount importance to Samoa and SIDS. We should not put out the flame for loss and damage. Natural disasters continue to devastate countless lives. Recent climate events are transboundary and drive home the reality that no country is immune to the impacts of climate change. These environmental threats will worsen. The triple planetary crisis is the alarm knell that is reminding us we are putting immeasurable pressure on the planet. Our relentless need to extract resources from nature is causing disruptions, propelling climate change, destroying nature, and raising pollution levels. Any response programs must be informed by our commitment to science for informed policy and law and institutions that strengthen environmental governance. We seek to further enable change through transformations in finance and economic systems. and by leveraging data and technology for the environment. Small island developing states like Samoa do not always have the requisite levels of capabilities and capacity to repurpose and redirect financial and economic systems towards sustainability, improve the effectiveness of legal frameworks, deliver science as the catalyst for action, and be digitally connected. Mr. President, the ocean is in us, and we are the ocean. It is the lifeblood of our blue Pacific nations, the lungs of our planet. But whilst its sustainable use provides a strategic pathway towards our sustainable development, we must also address the associated risks. The health of the ocean is a key priority. We must therefore continue to advance work on the ocean climate nexus, such as through empowering women, girls, and youth with relevant knowledge and skills to contribute to the health of the ocean. The recent Ocean Conference in Palau and the second UN Oceans Conference in Lisbon were opportunities to take stock of the SDG 14, and we welcome the call for more investment in making the ocean and its resources more sustainable. Of all the SDGs, life below water is the most underfunded. This must change. We need to attract and retain sustainable and innovative investment, including foreign direct investment through blending, guarantees, and other innovative financial instruments. Our global community must focus on the work that remains to be accomplished. Pledges and commitments made at these two conferences and COP26 are inconsequential if they are not delivered on time to effect actions on the ground. Samoa's marine protection goals, outlined in our first ocean strategy, are aligned to the Blue Leaders 30 by 30 campaign, as well as calls for protecting 30% of our global oceans by 2030. We welcome the complementarity of such initiatives and encourage others to join. The Pacific Ocean hosts a remarkable array of biodiversity. With our Blue Pacific family, Samoa continues to prioritize both marine and terrestrial ecosystems restoration. We remain engaged in the Convention on the Biological Diversity process. Together with the UNFCCC, COP27, 2022 is a critical year for aligning action to tackle the climate emergency and addressing the threats posed by biodiversity loss. The Pacific SIDS subscribe to the position that preserving maritime zones and the rights and entitlements that flow from them give expression not only to the foundation principles of equity and stability, but also to the notion of climate justice, deeply rooted in human rights and the principles of international law. In this vein, we urge all member states to inject urgency into efforts to conclude negotiations on the BBNJ instrument. Samoa pledges its support to the Vanuatu ICJ initiative for an advisory opinion on climate change. Mr. President, we must unite to prevent and reduce marine pollution, including plastics, oil spills, waste discharge, and nuclear contaminants. If we continue down this current path, we will fish out of our oceans more plastics than fish. Pacific SIDS contribute less than 1.3% of the mismanaged plastics in the world's oceans, yet are one of the main recipients of plastics pollution and its impacts. The effects of overfishing and IUU fishing is a major concern for Pacific economies. Lost revenues are in the billions. The increased acidification of our ocean is already destroying entire reef ecosystems. Reef damage affects fish population, which in turn affects entire fisheries upon which we rely for our livelihoods. Mr. President, the global food system is at a critical stage, made worse by the COVID-19 pandemic, the onslaught of climate change, and the ongoing war in the Ukraine. The Food Systems Summit held last year mobilized the global community to find transformative solutions. Samoa was pleased to be part of that important event, which encouraged shared exploration of potentials for collective action. Through organized dialogues, Samoa benefited from a comprehensive assessment of the issues involved in building the sustainability of our food systems. Access to a balanced and nutritional diet is crucial and requires a return to locally produced, quality fresh foods and less of processed imported foods. This will be key to addressing the rising burden of non-communicable diseases, which represent the single largest cause of premature mortality in the Pacific countries, including Samoa. With support from our development partners, the Samoa government launched the first comprehensive NCD control program among Pacific Island countries in May of 2020. Its aim was to build people-centered and systematic NCD service provision in Samoa to strengthen the primary health care, empower community participation, promote early detection and effective referral of NCDs, and increase population awareness of NCD risk factors. Mr. President, we continue to call for a future of peaceful and open societies, free from wars, nuclear weapons, and the threat of terrorism. The Boer Declaration defines for the Pacific what constitutes security concerns. These are primarily non-conventional in nature, ranging from climate to environmental and resource security, human and cyber security, and transnational crimes. The 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific, adopted by the Forum leaders at their July 2022 meeting, will support and strengthen the key tenets of the Boe Declaration. While Samoa welcomes development partners on our terms, we note with concern the ongoing geopolitical posturing in our region and urge for our national and collective interests to be placed at the forefront for a peaceful and secure Blue Pacific continent. We are concerned about the serious shortfalls in the implementation of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, noting that nuclear weapon states have spent billions of dollars on modernizing and maintaining their nuclear arsenals, rather than spending on helping victims of past use and testing of nuclear weapons, and focusing on achieving sustainable development goals. The increasing use of ICT has raised issues of security and privacy. The online cyber criminal activities have increased, including the dissemination and misuse of information. We rely on our collective responsibility as a global community to prevent and combat high-tech cyber and electronic crimes. Samoa believes these are crucial processes at the multilateral level in ensuring that cyberspace is safe for all. We therefore need to work together to combat and eliminate these destabilizing activities. Mr. President, accelerated action to meet the promise of the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs is an imperative. COVID-19 and climate change have uprooted and even reversed hard-fought development gains. However, we must persist to meet the SDGs as they provide the best option for a brighter future and countering the threats posed by the climate crisis. We should not forget the commitments and undertakings made towards the full implementation of the Samoa Pathway. I thank all SIDS partners, the Secretary General, for their continuous support and commitment to this task. The proposed monitoring framework for the Samoa Pathway is a necessary tool for follow-up action and review, allowing for effective resource allocation and accountability. Outstanding issues relating to the framework must be concluded with urgency, considering the fast-approaching timeline set out in the Secretary General's report on this matter, as well as the fast-approaching timeline of the 2024 SIDS conference. Mr. President, no country should be placed in a situation of choosing between rebuilding their economy and servicing their debt obligations. The March 2021 IMF report noted that SIDS simply cannot support their SDGs and fund their core needs on their own under the prevailing conditions of economic contraction. Tourism may never return to pre-COVID-19 levels. Aviation services will be slow to recover, and one casualty of the pandemic, in our case, was the recent demise of our national airline, Samoa Airways. Many Pacific Island countries rely on remittances from diasporas and communities. Apart from being an important source of income for families and foreign exchange reserves for governments, remittances are an important buffer in periods of economic shocks and natural disasters. Yet the cost of sending remittances to the Pacific is over 10%, which is higher than the global average and 7% higher than the target set by the SDGs. Mr. President, according to the 2021 IMF report, the Pacific region is in a recession. Income demand for regional exports, tourism receipts have all recorded reductions, whilst public spending continues on an upward trajectory. The projected outcome is greater risk of debt distress. It is also the case that most of the Pacific debts are with multilateral agencies. Whilst the adoption of austerity measures is an option, there is also the real possibility that this may worsen poverty and undermine economic recovery. Multilateralism and united international cooperation are our best response to the many threats we face, and building resilience at the national level can only take us so far. Samoa is confident that despite all the challenges, even existential threats for some of us, there is still hope if there is unity amongst our UN family. We need to change our world for the better and leave hope for our future generations. Mr. President, the COVID-19 situation, forcing border lockdowns and state of emergency restrictions, further emphasize the importance of digitalization of SIDS to build resilience and meet the Sustainable Development Goals. Samoa will continue to prioritize the need to invest in digital technologies and to promote a digital economy and connectivity. This is key to stimulating business opportunities and increasing productivity and growth in more traditional sectors such as agriculture and tourism. Investment in innovation and digitalization for Samoa can enable more efficient delivery of health and education, improve connectivity between rural and urban communities, advance economic empowerment for women and youth, and assist with more efficient public service delivery. To fully realize the benefits of a digital economy, Samoans must be able to connect with and trust the technology. An enabling business environment must be in place, and investment in education, skills, and digital literacy is paramount. The availability of fast, reliable, and affordable internet services to government, the business community, and the public is crucial. In the agriculture and health sectors, we are investing in digital solutions for contact tracing and for information sharing between farmers. We recently launched our e-health system to improve medical record keeping and strengthen health information and vital statistics. More importantly, as we expect increasing health security threats, this e-health system will be vital to protecting health and well-being and enhance the resilience of our population. Our experiences with COVID-19 and ongoing fight with climate change reinforces our conviction of the importance of technology and online distance learning to provide access to quality education for all. We should not lose sight of the fact that while pursuing these homegrown solutions, we do not end up creating disparity between those who can and cannot access and afford these solutions. But I am convinced that embracing technology and knowledge and sharing for our people will be a powerful driver for change, innovation, and welfare. Mr. President, our common agenda highlights the urgency of reforming our global governance systems. The coronavirus disease is upending our world, threatening our health, destroying economies and livelihoods, and deepening poverty and inequalities. Increasingly, people are turning their backs on the values of trust and solidarity in one another. The very values we need to rebuild our world and secure a better, more sustainable future for our people and our planet. We agreed that our challenges are interconnected across borders and all other divides, and can only be addressed by an equally interconnected response through reinvigorated multilateralism and the United Nations at the center of our efforts. Our common agenda is, above all, an agenda of action designed to accelerate the implementation of existing agreements, including the Sustainable Development Goals, and it is our roadmap to recapture this positive spirit and begin rebuilding our world and mending the trust in one another that is needed at this moment in our history. Like the Security Council and the global financial system, Samoa is convinced that now is the opportune moment to bring about reforms that would make our global response to future crises and emergencies more effective, timely, and that an all-UN institutional approach is a necessity. Mr. President, in conclusion, let me end by reaffirming Samoa's commitment to the United Nations and our conviction that it remains the foremost forum to address all issues that transcend national boundaries. As we look to the future, the collective hope for humanity is for leaders to take the tough decisions for the health of our planet. Entrenched positions devoid of today's realities and in pursuit of unrelated agendas do not have a place in our collective efforts. While we need to make bold and courageous decisions, let us protect the safety nets crucial to our existence. There is a saying in my country that reads, "Aua le naunauilea, ai maumauai le upenga," which translates to hunger not for the fish at the risk of ruining your net. I thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to make this statement on behalf of my country.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the independent state of Samoa for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Felix Antoine Chilombo Tshisekedi, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Felix Antoine Chilombo Tshisekedi, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, to invite him to address the General Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de
Mr. President of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation. It is a great honor and a genuine pleasure for me to take the floor from this rostrum to ensure that the voice of my country, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is heard on the primary questions occupying the international community at present. Mr. President, I would nevertheless, at the outset, like to congratulate you on your election to the presidency of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I am convinced that you will do your best to ensure the success of this session, and I would like to assure you that you have my country's full support. Mr. President, the major challenges facing humanity at the moment are the following: peace and security for all, controlling climate change, relaunching the global economy post-COVID-19, combating poverty, and promoting collective well-being. These major challenges are complex and intimately interlocking. Aware of this reality, I commend the very judicious choice and the relevance of the theme of this session, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Clearly, overcoming these challenges will require working greater in concert, will require greater cooperation and greater solidarity between states and nations. The maintenance of international peace and security is the foundation and the primary objective behind the creation of the United Nations. Neither indifference nor impetus on its part are therefore acceptable in the face of any threat to international peace and security. At present, the question of international peace and security is crystallizing around the fight against terrorism, as well as calming hotbeds of tension in Europe and in Africa. Indeed, terrorism has spared no continent. After Asia, Eastern Europe, and North America, it is metastasizing in Africa, where it has caused conflagration in many places, and our continent is paying a heavy price for that. In the Sahel, in the east, in the west, in the center, and in the south of the continent, terrorists are killing through barbaric exactions against innocent populations and destabilizing states in the name of religious fundamentalism. Some remarkable progress has been made in the Middle East in the fight against this scourge, which was growing in power, but this scourge is far from being extinguished and far from being eradicated from our planet. For that reason, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, one of the African victims of this terrorism, and a member of the Global Coalition Against Islamic State, calls upon the United Nations to become actively involved in the implementation of the recommendations of this coalition and the Aqaba process. Statements of intention and proclamations of faith without any vigorous collective action on the ground will never be enough to eradicate terrorism. Mr. President, at the heart of Europe, the war between Russia and Ukraine is a gaping wound, the blood of which is reaching faraway Africa and disrupting international trade due to significant collateral damage, particularly when it comes to the provision of cereal crops and energy from Ukraine and Russia, which are needed to feed populations and to ensure the functioning of the economies of importer countries. It is essential that the United Nations intervene diligently and more firmly to extinguish this flame with absolute respect for the rules of international law. The Democratic Republic of the Congo supports the position of the African Union and calls on all parties to the conflict to pursue the path of dialogue and law, as acknowledged by Africa, which incidentally does have experience in managing security crises provoked by armed groups in some of its states. On this subject, the United Nations know that my country, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is the victim of an acute security crisis which has lasted more than any honest observer speaking in good faith would acknowledge that this crisis is primarily caused by coveting its fabulous natural wealth and the ambition for power of some of its neighbors. The Congolese people acknowledges the involvement of the United Nations, the African Union, African regional communities, the European Union, and the foreign bilateral partners of the Democratic Republic of the Congo to curb this recurrent crisis. The DRC and the people of the DRC are grateful to them, and we acknowledge the sacrifice of the brave peacekeepers who have lost their lives for the sake of defending the ideals of peace and justice. However, despite tireless internal efforts, a massive UN military presence in the DRC, and diplomatic support for 23 years, this security problem continues to aggrieve my country. In order to eradicate insecurity once and for all, to restore lasting peace, and to ensure stability in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, several agreements were signed with armed groups and even with neighboring countries under the guarantee of the international community. National and international mechanisms have been created. All of these prospects for a lasting settlement of the conflict only lasted for a few months. Very quickly, the architecture of those prospects cracked and the building collapsed. And then we always start again with the same tragedies. Since I was elected to lead the Democratic Republic of the Congo, I have fought tirelessly each day for peace and security in the Congolese provinces of Ituri, North Kivu, and South Kivu. Adhering to a philosophy of reconciliation with our neighbors, I spared no effort to assure the heads of state of neighboring countries and restore confidence between us, particularly through constant consultation on issues of common interest, the conclusion of security cooperation agreements and economic partnership agreements, and the implementation of development projects for our respective populations. Despite my goodwill and the outstretched hand of the Congolese people for peace, some of our neighbors could find nothing better to do than thank us through aggression and by supporting terrorist arms groups that are ravaging the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is the case currently of Rwanda, which, scorning international law, the UN Charter and the Constitutory Act of the African Union, has once again not only taken aggression in March against the Democratic Republic of the Congo in the form of direct incursions by its armed forces, but also occupies areas in the province of North Kivu via a transplanted armed terrorist group, the 23rd of March movement, the M23, to whom they provide massive support both in fighting materials and also in manpower and troops. And to challenge the international community, the M23, with the support of the Rwandan army, even shot down a MONUSCO helicopter and killed 8 blue helmets, and in so doing committed a war crime. In this emblematic location for international life, I tirelessly denounce this latest act of aggression that my country has fallen victim to by its neighbour Rwanda under cover of a terrorist group called M23. Mr. President, the involvement of Rwanda and its responsibility for the tragedy my country is experiencing and the tragedy of my compatriots living in areas occupied by the Rwandan army and their allies from the M23 are no longer in any doubt. Since more than once, groups, panels of experts mandated by the UN and the expanded joint verification mission of the International Conference of the Great Lakes region, as well as international humanitarian non-governmental organizations and human rights organizations, have established in documented and objective reports which attain the highest standards of academia and science. To dispel any doubt for the community of nations and put an end to the denials of the Rwandan authorities on this subject, the Congolese government asks the President of the Security Council to officially distribute to members of the Council the latest report of the UN group of experts on the security situation in the east of the DRC, and to ensure that it is considered diligently by the Council to draw the full consequences from it in the context of international peace and security. It is a question of the very image and credibility of our organization. To do otherwise would, on the one hand, mean encouraging Rwanda to continue its aggression, its war crimes, and its crimes against humanity in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and on the other, to further feed legitimate suspicion of the Congolese people when it comes to the impartiality of the UN, as well as the complicity of some of its members in these crimes. It is to bring an end to this suspicion and to dispel the ambiguity of some positions of the Security Council on the security crisis in the east of the DRC, an ambiguity which is frustrating the Congolese population and exacerbating tensions between them and the UN stabilization mission in the DRC, MONUSCO. It's for that reason that my government has asked for a re-evaluation of the progressive responsible withdrawal plan of this mission. This request for adjustment is required by the unanimous agreement, even at the highest levels of our organization, over the regrettable shortcomings of MONUSCO. These shortcomings undoubtedly impact the effectiveness and the legitimacy of the UN's action in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Re-evaluating MONUSCO's withdrawal plan can consequently in no way undermine relations between my country and our organization. Whatever the case may be, I declare loudly from this rostrum at the highest international body for the management of the world's affairs, I would like to declare the determination of the Congolese people and of its leaders to always defend to the very last the territorial integrity, independence and sovereignty of their country, in respect, of course, of international law and the commitments made within the international organizations that it is a member of. This is also an opportunity for me to clarify that the Congolese state and Congolese civil society will never allow anyone to engage in tribal, ethnic, racial or xenophobic hate speech in our country. The Constitution of the Republic and the laws of the DRC prohibit such speech and punish it severely. Nobody can thus claim that this discourse is happening and use it as a pretext to justify criminal adventures in the DRC, divide the Congolese people, and weaken national unity, something that all of my compatriots adhere to fiercely. The DRC is not and will never be a country that commits genocide. What's more, I support the fact that the alleged collaboration that I would say that the alleged collaboration that some Congolese officials may have allegedly with Rwandan opponent figures from the Democratic Liberation Forces of Rwanda, the FDLR, which the Rwandan leaders are using to justify their repeated aggression against the DRC, is nothing more than an alibi, or an excuse, which is corroborated by no proven information on the ground. The FDLR has been decapitated and reduced to nothing by the armed forces of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the FARDC, in close collaboration with the Rwandan army as part of joint operations conducted a few years ago. The Democratic Republic of the Congo has also repatriated several elements of the FDLR and their families. And so the Congolese people are now asking themselves, what FDLR are we talking about? What size of territory, occupied Rwandan territory, does this phantom FDLR occupy? What precise part of Rwandan territory has anyone seen a Congolese soldier on? Whatever the case may be, the DRC remains ready to take action against any armed group that attempts to upset peace and security in a neighboring country in the Great Lakes region. Mr. President, the Congolese people ask the United Nations, the African Union, African regional communities, and the partners of the DRC to no longer trust the shameful denials of the Rwandan authorities and instead to help rebuild security, build lasting peace, and to help create the conditions needed for fruitful cooperation in the Great Lakes region for the well-being of all. To this end, it is necessary to have the following. 1. Bring about the immediate withdrawal of the M23 from occupied areas, the return of displaced Congolese people from these areas to their homes, and the unconditional ending of Rwandan army support for this terrorist group, according to the spirit and the letter of the Luanda Roadmap agreed between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, as well as successive statements from the UN Security Council, the African Union Peace and Security Council, the East African Community, and the Southern African Development Community, SADC. 2. Increase pressure on Rwanda and the M23, whose leaders are incidentally sanctioned by the UN, and be more firm in respect of those sanctions to ensure that they respect the positions of the aforementioned international organizations. 3. Support the continuation of the Nairobi peace process, the Luanda discussions between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, and the deployment of the East Africa Regional Force, the statute and the rules of engagement of which have just been signed on the 8th of September in Kinshasa by the Congolese government and the Secretary General of the East African Community on the one hand, and on the other by the FARDC and the commanders of this regional force. 4. Encourage the Honorary President of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, and the President of Angola, João Lourenço, mediators from the East African Community and the African Union in the security crisis in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to continue their good offices. 5. Lift any obstacle to the DRC restructuring its armed forces, to increase the power of those armed forces to better carry out their mission, including through the lifting of all restrictive measures limiting their acquisition of military equipment, regardless of the form laid out by the UN Security Council. Carrying out the aforementioned actions would undoubtedly ensure that the Congolese people would be certain of a settlement to the crisis and would facilitate constructive dialogue among all of the parties concerned about that settlement. Mr. President, we, the Congolese people, are now determined once and for all to put an end to insecurity in the east of our country, whatever the cost. The time has come to once and for all break the infernal cycle of violence in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to stabilize the Great Lakes region, so as to benefit as much as possible from its economic potential, as well as from its rich biodiversity, to save humanity in the face of climate change. Managing these changes raises two fundamental problems, namely, the implementation of legal and financial instruments stemming from international negotiations, in particular in the context of the various conferences of the parties to the United Nations Framework Agreement on Climate Change, Convention on Climate Change, and the energy transition. It is time, on the one hand, to put an end to the selective implementation of commitments made by polluters, and on the other hand, to compensate, in the name of climate justice, the efforts made by less polluting countries, including those in Africa, to preserve the environment in the interests of our entire planet. As for the energy transition, Africa has a sufficient wealth of renewable energy sources and raw materials which could help mobilize credible alternatives to the double energy and environmental crises. From this point of view, it is important to note that the Democratic Republic of the Congo is among the primary producers of essential strategic minerals for the energy transition and for decarbonization in the transport sector, including cobalt, lithium, nickel, and manganese. My country has set itself the goal of producing these precious metals cleanly to this end. And it is with this in mind that the Republic of Zambia and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, on the 29th of April, signed an agreement on the establishment of a value chain in the electric battery and clean energy sector. It goes without saying, given the importance of the size of the investments required by the implementation of such a project, that the involvement of partners is particularly essential, particularly in terms of providing capital and appropriate technologies. What's more, in order to support the green transformation program of economies on the African continent and to meet the growing energy demand around the world, my country has chosen to make the most of its vast potential in renewable energy sources, including hydroelectricity, solar energy, geothermal energy, and the exploitation of its gas deposits. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is an asset when it comes to implementing the 2063 agenda of the African Union through the implementation of the Grand Inga project, which could also be beneficial for part of Europe and the Middle East. It is with this in mind that we are delighted to host the preparatory work for the 27th Conference of the Parties, pre-COP27, which will take place in Kinshasa next month. Mr. President, I would like to take this opportunity to shed some light on the environmental aspect of the tender launched on the 28th of July by my country for the exploration of 27 oil deposits and 3 gas deposits, a call which has been unhelpfully criticized in the international arena. Here, it is worth recalling that no relevant international legal instrument ratified by the Democratic Republic of the Congo prohibits it from exploiting its natural resources for reasons of protecting the environment or for fear of aggravating global warming. Next, the 2015 Paris Agreement recognizes that developing countries have the right to emit CO2 for their development while taking precautions for the global climate through their nationally determined contributions. The government of the Democratic Republic of the Congo has thus set itself the goal of exploiting the country's natural resources while respecting environmental standards and processing them locally to provide extra added value and to boost the national economy, including by creating liquid wealth, cash and jobs to improve the living conditions of the Congolese population. The appropriate strategies and measures have been adopted to avoid negative impacts on the environment. Like other countries in Africa and Europe that have overcome this challenge, they involve effective government checks and balances. For the Democratic Republic of the Congo, it is a question of achieving its economic and social goals whilst also preserving its forests and continuing to be a solution country when it comes to the fight against global warming. My country remains open to cooperation with any partner that would like to help it achieve its goals. On the economic front, what needs to be done is to help economies recover, the economies of countries that have been weakened by the collateral effects of climate change and the coronavirus, to promote balanced global economic growth and to halt the exacerbation of poverty in developing countries. We cannot overcome this challenge without internal good governance efforts at the national level, nor productive investments of capital, nor without real and sufficient transfers of financial resources to those who need them. For that reason, the Democratic Republic of the Congo calls for the proposal for rich countries to cede a percentage of their special drawing rights at the International Monetary Fund to less well-off countries to be fleshed out. This was a proposal made by the Paris Conference on the relaunch of economies post-COVID-19 in May 2021. It was supported by a firm commitment from the G20 summit in October 2021 in Rome. In any case, any facility for access to additional resources for those countries sorely tested by climate change and COVID-19 would be welcome. Similarly, alleviating the debt burden of low-income countries must continue to be a constant concern, which should be included in a global approach of international solidarity. For its part, despite the difficult global economic situation, Following the harmful effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has made remarkable progress in economic growth. Wealth creation accelerated in 2021, particularly thanks to the dynamism of the mining sector. Production growth in that sector went from 1% in 2019 to 10.1% in 2021, following the good price of copper and cobalt on the international markets. Inflation and the exchange rate of the Congolese franc have remained relatively stable. The Administrative Board of the International Monetary Fund therefore concluded favourably the second review of the programme supported by the Extended Credit Facility. The IMF expressed its satisfaction with the prudent macroeconomic policies adopted by the government of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. We will tirelessly continue these policies and the effort to improve the business climate which is currently underway to promote private investment and to promote economic activities in general. Mr. President, solidarity and justice in relations between nations have always been factors in mutual peace and security, because they bring people together and create links of interdependence between them. Therefore, the fight against poverty and promoting collective well-being are powerful sources that we can draw on to combat social conflicts and tensions between peoples. For that reason, the DRC welcomes the collective action of the international community against COVID-19 and commends the initiative of the United States of America, New Feed the Future, to finance agriculture in order to combat hunger and food insecurity in Africa following the Russo-Ukrainian crisis. And my country, the DRC, is among those African beneficiary countries, just to mention these most recent cases. My country calls for similar actions and initiatives which not only help resolve problems of surviving on a daily basis and help create accessible jobs for a larger number of people, but also help distribute incomes and purchasing power. However, in the name of international solidarity and justice, we do have questions over the maintenance of sanctions against the people of Zimbabwe. These are sanctions which, what's more, date back to the era of the late President Robert Mugabe. Why is our organization so silent and so indifferent to this injustice, almost a crime against an innocent people? As the current president of the Southern African Development Community, SADC, I firmly call upon the United Nations to do everything possible to achieve the immediate lifting of sanctions against the Republic of Zimbabwe and its people. Mr. President, in this multipolar world, no country, however powerful and rich they are, can aim to overcome the challenges that I have just mentioned alone, let alone overcome them in the interests of everyone. The importance of what is at stake, the complexity of the problems that need to be resolved, and the scale of the task require an equitable multilateral approach which includes the interests of each and everyone and which pools the energy of everyone in a climate of mutual respect. For that reason, the Democratic Republic of the Congo continues to think that it is essential that we better structure multilateralism and enrich it with equal treatment for all of the parties involved in order to create spaces for dialogue and cooperation, which is something that we need in order to ensure international peace and security. That is the United Nations that we want. To do this, we need to act urgently to reform the UN, which seems to be lagging somewhat at the moment. In this context, I would like to stress the need to satisfy the legitimate and just claim of Africa to be represented on the UN Security Council with 2 additional seats in the category of the non-permanent members and 2 others from among the permanent members with the same rights, including the veto, the same privileges and obligations of the current permanent members. This is a question of justice that needs to be done to a continent, or indeed to an entire swath of humanity, whose role continues to grow with each day that passes in the conduct of international affairs. We Africans are firmly attached to that. Mr. President of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation. To conclude, allow me to say a few words about gender equality. There is a need here to stress the need to continue current efforts at the international level and within states to create spaces of gender equality and opportunities for liberty and action for women. In order to do this, the involvement of men in gender-forward policies is necessary because, on the one hand, men share their lives with women, and on the other hand, since time immemorial, for various reasons, men have established a preeminence over women which gives them a determining influence over the destiny, the fate of women. We must bring an end to this de facto situation. That is why, during my term at the head of the African Union, I initiated a meeting of heads of state and government of the Continental Organization under the subject Conference of Men on Positive Masculinity. This historic meeting, held in Kinshasa in 2021, led to an African Union declaration containing commitments of men, including heads of state and government, to put an end to violence against women and girls and to provide appropriate responses to this issue. This declaration constitutes a veritable African Union Charter for women, which I am working hard to make a reality as in my role as African Union champion for positive masculinity. It's in this context that I have decided to further promote the Congolese woman, who today increasingly occupies the foreground in the management of public affairs within political, legal and administrative institutions in my country. This proactive policy should in the future allow for radical change, not only a change in the perception of women and the role of women in society, but also in women taking charge of their own destinies. Because equality is not a gift given to women, but rather a responsibility that they must shoulder. I wish every success to the work of the 77th session of the General Assembly. Thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea, deseo agradecer al presidente de la...
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address.
Ireland. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Muhammad Yunus, Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, I request protocol to please escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Madam President, I congratulate all member states on the 80th anniversary of the UN Charter. This session is especially important both for looking back at our journey and for shaping the road ahead. Over the past 8 decades, the UN has steadily expanded its scope of work and deepened its engagement in many areas. It has played an indispensable role in advancing peace and security, in promoting human rights, in improving lives across the world, and in upholding justice, fairness, and equality. Because of the UN, today more than 130 million vulnerable people in 120 countries receive urgent food and humanitarian support. Nearly 45% of the world's children are immunized through its efforts. Its agencies stand by those in distress, delivering food, clean water, sanitation, vaccines, and other life-saving services in every corner of the world. At the same time, we have also witnessed the limitations of the UN in resolving conflicts between states and in confronting major global challenges. Yet, on the whole, its role has been overwhelmingly positive and beneficial for humanity. Madam President, last year, in this August Assembly, I spoke to you from a country that had just witnessed a popular uprising. I shared with you our aspirations for transformation. Today, I stand here to tell you how far we have come on that journey. Out of every 100 people on this planet, nearly 3 live in Bangladesh. But our story is not important because of our numbers, nor because of our geopolitical location. Our story matters because it is a reminder of the extraordinary power of ordinary people. It matters because it inspires hope among nations everywhere that no matter how deep the crisis, no matter how impossible the solution may seem, the path to renewal is never lost. Madam President, Bangladesh was born in 1971 through a bloody struggle for equality, for human dignity, and for social justice. Yet the very rights for which we shed blood so much, the very freedoms for which we sacrificed so much, have been denied again and again over the past 5 decades. Time and again, spearheaded by our youth, the people of Bangladesh have risen, endured sacrifice, and reclaimed those rights. This year, we mark the first anniversary of the July uprising. It was our youth who stood up. It was our youth who defeated tyranny, and it was our youth who opened the path to a new journey of building a just and equal society. The responsibility to carry that vision forward was placed on my shoulders and those of my colleagues. Rebuilding a devastated economy and state demanded nothing less than profound institutional reforms. We could have chosen the easy path, reforms imposed by executive order. But we chose the hard path, reforms built through inclusion and sustained through consensus. We chose the path that endures. Our goal is clear: to create a democratic order where power is balanced, where no autocrat can ever return, where no elected leader can destroy democracy, and where those who are meant to protect the people can never again prey upon them. To realize this vision, we established 11 independent commissions on governance, judiciary, elections, public administration, law enforcement, anti-corruption, women's rights, and other vital areas. These commissions consulted citizens, studied deeply, and produced detailed proposals for reform. To anchor these reforms in permanence, we created a National Consensus Commission, which brought together more than 30 political parties and coalitions. Its aim was simple yet historic: to forge a collective pledge that transcends party line. That effort succeeded. On the first anniversary of July Uprising, we stood together on one stage and announced the July Declaration, a time-bound commitment to reform. That commitment means that no matter who wins the next election, the reform process will not stop, will not reverse, and will not be undone. Now, as we prepare for next elections in February next year, we remain steadfast in carrying forward reforms that place citizens at the center. Our focus is unchanging: transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. Madam President, within weeks of assuming office last year, I invited the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights to Bangladesh. The task was clear: to investigate and document human rights violations and atrocities committed by the fallen autocracy. Their team carried out field investigations and submitted a detailed report. Along with their findings, they made important recommendations to ensure that such crimes are never repeated. We have incorporated those recommendations into our national reform process. Even before the last General Assembly session, Bangladesh acceded to the International Convention for Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. We are now drafting necessary legislation to give full effect to its provisions at the national level. This year, we joined the optional protocol to Convention Against Torture, and we are working to establish an independent national mechanism to prevent torture in line with its requirements. To strengthen our transformation from a repressive authoritarian system into a democratic order that protects human rights, we have also authorized a 3-year mission of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Bangladesh. This mission has already begun its work, providing technical support to help us build strong and lasting safeguards. All these steps and commitments reflect the aspirations of our people, and those aspirations are clear: to build a democratic, inclusive, and pluralistic society. Madam President, at the heart of our development strategy lie 3 guiding principles: good governance, social inclusion, and sustainable development. From the bitter lessons of the past decade and a half, we know this truth: without accountability, development is temporary. Without accountability, development is fragile. Infrastructure projects driven by corruption and narrow political interests not only burden the economy, they fail to serve the people. When we assumed responsibility, we uncovered the vast scale of corruption and theft of public resources and the severe economic vulnerability it had created. We are determined to put an end to this so that development is never again used as an excuse to plunder the wealth of the people. To stabilize the fragile economy, we have taken difficult but necessary reform decisions. Among the most important reform is the revenue collection system. For the first time, legislation has been enacted to separate policy-making body from the implementing authority. This ensures transparency and accountability, and it will expand our revenue base. These measures are fully aligned with the severe commitment adopted at the recent FFD4 conference. Just as Bangladesh is striving to implement reforms in line with the severe commitment, we hope that the developed world will also honor their responsibilities under that collective pledge. We also believe that reform of decision-making and governance in global financial institutions is urgently needed. Equally vital are an inclusive framework for international tax cooperation, coordinated global measures against illicit financial flows and corruption, and stronger international cooperation for the recovery of stolen and illicit assets. Madam President, recovering the illicit assets stolen from our country is now one of our highest priorities. In the past 15 years, billions of dollars were siphoned abroad through corruption. We are working tirelessly to bring this wealth back. Yet, legal processes in the concerned countries and different other obstacles are hurting our efforts. Without sincere political commitment from the countries concerned, we will not be able to recover these assets. The current global financial system has failed to prevent the illicit transfer of resources from developing nations. In some cases, the very rules of international financial institutions have enabled the movement of vast sums of illegal money into tax havens around the world. I call upon those countries and institutions that shelter such stolen assets, do not be complicit in this crime. Return the wealth to its rightful owners, the farmers, the workers, and the ordinary taxpayers. I propose the adoption and enforcement of strong international regulations to prevent the plunder of resources from developing countries and to ensure their return when stolen. Madam President, alongside historic reforms in revenue, we have introduced a market-based exchange rate, brought discipline and stability to the banking sector through asset quality reviews, a new bank resolution ordinance, and a forthcoming deposit protection ordinance. We have modernized capital market oversight with a reformed task force and a strengthened investigative system. In public procurement, e-tendering is now mandatory and conflicts of interest must be disclosed. A new public accounts audit ordinance has reinforced accountability. Our aim is not only financial stability, but also an investment-friendly environment. The Bangladesh single window now integrates 19 agencies to simplify customs procedures. Specialized commercial courts have been established to expedite dispute resolution. The Investment Development Authority has set up a coordination committee to ensure smooth one-stop services, bringing regulators under one roof and easing visa and work permit processes. An FDI heat map and a National Semiconductor Task Force now provide transparent information on high potential sectors. Trade logistics are also improving. Year on year, container handling at Chattogram port grew by 27.6% in August, a striking sign of new efficiency. These initiatives strengthen economic governance and make investment safer. Bangladesh is now entering a new phase of sustainable and inclusive growth. This progress would not have been possible without the extraordinary contribution of our migrant workers. Month after month, they send record remittances home through their hard work abroad. Their contribution is not only vital for Bangladesh, it is equally valuable for host countries, where they provide essential services in high demand. Migration is therefore mutually beneficial, good for us, good for them. We are also advancing human labor rights reforms in line with our commitments. A committee has already been formed to implement the recommendations of the Independent Labor Reform Commission. Amendments to the Bangladesh Labour Act are at the final stage, including easier trade union registration, longer maternity leave, and expanded social protection for workers in both formal and informal sectors. Online trade union registration has been introduced, and further simplification is under review. As a sign of our commitment to workers' rights, we have also signed the Charter of the OIC Labour Centre. For these reasons, we strongly support safe, orderly, and regular migration. We call upon all countries that receive migrant workers to ensure empathy and protection for them. While developed nations struggle with aging populations, Bangladesh is blessed. More than 60% of our people are under the age of 35. If migration pathways are opened, it will be mutually beneficial. By harnessing the strength of our youth, we can help meet labor needs in developed countries while creating opportunities for our own people. Madam President, the young generation of Bangladesh has already shown that they are the driving force of social change. We are investing in their skills in information technology, artificial intelligence, renewable energy, and green innovation. Our goal is clear: to shape every young person not only as a job seeker but also as a job creator. To this end, in partnership with the UN, we are launching a permanent platform to connect young people at the grassroots with senior policymakers of the government. Across the country, consultations have already begun. Today's youth want to be directly connected to their representatives from the local to the national level through online and offline forums, surveys, and campaigns. They demand greater opportunities for leadership, skills development, and digital literacy. They call for accountability in this process with regular progress reports and continuous dialogue. Above all, they insist that the process be inclusive with equal space for women, minorities, persons with disabilities, and marginalized groups. This year is especially significant for youth policy as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the World Programme of Action for Youth. It is not only a moment to address the challenges of today's young people, but also to anticipate the crisis they will face tomorrow and to begin shaping the solutions. In this fast-changing technological era, one of our deepest concerns is the widening digital divide facing youth in developing world. Quantum computing, artificial intelligence, large language models, modern communication systems, these must not be biased, and their benefits must be shared fairly with all. If not, we risk creating an entire generation who will see themselves as excluded, marginalized, and treated unjustly. Such a generation will be vulnerable to every harmful temptation. We believe that to shield young people from this risk and to spread the benefits of technology to all, technological innovation alone is not enough. We also need social innovation. Almost half a century ago, we introduced the idea of microcredit. It was then a radical experiment against conventional wisdom. Today, it is a globally recognized tool that has lifted millions out of poverty. In the US, for example, Grameen America has disbursed more than $6.2 billion till date to low-income women entrepreneurs with repayment rates close to 100%. Today, in Bangladesh and across the world, we are advancing the idea of social business. It is a form of business where profits are entirely reinvested for social good. Social business has shown that the entrepreneurial spirit of every human being can be harnessed for the welfare of society and the solving of social problems. This gives humanity a creative method to address every challenge, whether environmental degradation, concentration of wealth, healthcare, unemployment, or poverty. It is a path that can be applied and sustained everywhere. Madam President, in confronting the climate crisis, the goal of limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius has already slipped beyond our grasp. The annual pledge of $100 billion in climate finance has not been met. Worse still, the small sums that are dispersed are often shown on paper as many times larger than what they really are. This is unacceptable. For the sake of our children's future, we must act now. The Loss and Damage Fund must be made fully operational. Efforts to mitigate climate change must be intensified, but adaptation must be given equal priority. And adaptation must be locally determined, locally led, and locally managed. Bangladesh has already embraced locally led adaptation as a guiding principle. At the upcoming COP30 conference, we will announce our third nationally determined contributions, which will include both mitigation targets and adaptation actions, with special emphasis on protecting mangrove forests and restoring wetlands. At the same time, we expect the global community, particularly the high-emitting countries, to meet their responsibilities with sincerity. Madam President, another great challenge of our time is the rise of protectionism in global trade. In our own lifetimes, we have seen how trade and globalization lifted almost 1 billion people out of poverty in just 3 decades. If we now turn back, our children will lose that opportunity. It is undeniable that in trade, every nation's sovereign interests must be safeguarded, and no country should be forced to bear burdens beyond its capacity. But for the sake of global peace and prosperity, there is no alternative to open, fair, and rules-based trade. We must also expand the role of social business in global trade. A growing share of development assistance must be directed towards spreading social business worldwide. My generation has witnessed how a system of interdependent economies made conflict too costly and helped preserve peace. Today, more than 120 armed conflicts are raging across the globe. If economic interdependence collapses, these conflicts will only multiply, development will falter, and peace itself will be destroyed. Madam President, the ongoing conflict in our neighboring country Myanmar has created a situation of deep concern for the entire region. It threatens not only regional stability, but also the prospects for the safe return of the forcibly displaced Rohingya sheltered in Bangladesh. 8 years on, the Rohingya crisis continues without any solution in sight. Moreover, Bangladesh faces a slow but regular flow of the Rohingyas seeking protection. Evidently, deprivation of rights and persecution of the Rohingya rooted in cultural identity-based politics continue in Rakhine. Reversal of the process of marginalization of the Rohingya cannot wait any further. Most of the discriminatory policies and practices that made them vulnerable can be reversed, and remedial measures can be advanced without waiting for a comprehensive national political settlement in Myanmar. There must be a political solution to the problems in Rakhine involving the ethnic stakeholders there so that the Rohingya become part of the Rakhine society with equal rights as equal citizens. Towards this end, a sustainable repatriation in safety and security must lead the process for restoration of their rights and their ultimate reintegration with dignity. Bangladesh has been drawn into this crisis as the second victim after the persecuted Rohingya. Yet, we must remember that the Rohingya crisis is not a bilateral issue with Myanmar. Bangladesh has been realizing its part of obligation as a responsible neighbor and a committed member of the international community. But our collective goal of maintaining a minimum standard of living in the camps face a situation of potential collapse given the funding crunch. The World Food Programme warns of a critical funding shortfall for its emergency response. Without urgent new funding, monthly ration may have to be halved to a paltry $6 per person, pushing the Rohingya deeper into hunger, accentuating their malnutrition, and forcing them to resort to desperate measures. Further cuts will no doubt intensify protection and security risks transcending much beyond the camps. Hence, I call upon existing donors and to come forward with enhanced contribution and potential donors to make announcements of generous contribution to prevent this catastrophic situation. The international community, beyond new and enhanced funding for humanitarian assistance, must apply pressure on Myanmar or the non-state actor in Rakhine to bring positive changes there and to seek political solutions urgently. The neighboring countries must assume their responsibilities. Bangladesh will remain available for any assistance or contribution needed towards stabilization of Rakhine that the international community collectively agrees. Bangladesh expects that the upcoming high-level conference on 30 September will galvanize global resolve and generate concrete international support for the Rohingya, with the topmost priority of diversified and additional funding. Parallelly, it must agree on a process with time-bound deliverables as part of a globally accepted roadmap towards seeking permanent solutions to the Rohingya crisis. Madam President, this year, conflicts have scarred almost every corner of the globe, in Europe, in South Asia, and in the Middle East. We live in the most densely populated region of the world. Nowhere else do so many nuclear-armed states exist in such close proximity. That is why we in Bangladesh deeply understand the urgency of disarmament and the prevention of nuclear proliferation. We call for the revival of global arms control treaties that have grown weaker with time. We renew our call for the establishment of nuclear weapon-free zones, particularly in the Middle East and South Asia. At the same time, we reaffirm the right of every nation to use nuclear energy peacefully with full transparency. As a responsible nation, even before commissioning our first nuclear power plant, Bangladesh this year acceded to the Joint Convention on the Safety of Spent Fuel Management and on the Safety of Radioactive Waste Management under the IAEA. By doing so, we reaffirm our commitment to the highest standards of nuclear safety and transparency. Madam President, I have always spoken the language of hope. I have never believed in frightening people into action, but today I must depart from that habit, for the truth before us is frightening. I must warn, extreme nationalism, Geopolitics that thrive on suffering of others and indifference to human pain are destroying the progress humanity has built through decades of struggle. Nowhere is this tragedy more visible than in Gaza. Children are dying of hunger, civilians are being killed without distinction. Entire neighborhoods, including hospitals and schools, are being wiped from the map. We do agree with the UN Independent International Inquiry Commission that we are witnessing a genocide happening live. Unfortunately, on behalf of the humanity, we are not doing enough to stop it. If this continues, neither future generations nor history will forgive us. On behalf of the people of Bangladesh and of conscientious citizens across the world, I once again make a strong appeal. The two-state solution must be implemented now through the establishment of an independent state of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital. Only on the basis of the pre-1967 borders, with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace, can justice be done. Madam President, in Bangladesh, we believe that we must build a culture of peace, one that rests on the values of tolerance, non-violence, dialogue, and cooperation at every level of society. For more than 3.5 decades, Bangladesh has stood among the leading contributors of UN peacekeepers. This is living proof of our enduring commitment to global peace and security. Even today, nearly 6,000 Bangladeshi peacekeepers are serving in some of the world's most volatile regions under the UN flag. And 168 of our peacekeepers have made the ultimate sacrifice in line of duty. Research has consistently shown that UN peacekeeping missions are more sustainable and effective than unilateral interventions. We therefore call for clear and achievable mandates and adequate funding for peacekeeping operations. We must also give the highest priority to the safety of peacekeepers and ensure accountability for crimes committed against them. Bangladesh also actively promotes multilingualism, both at home and internationally, because we believe that linguistic and cultural diversity deepens mutual understanding. In the 21st century, there is no place for hatred, intolerance, racism, xenophobia, or Islamophobia in any society. Yet today, disinformation and hate speech have become matters of grave concern. In the aftermath of the last year's popular uprising in Bangladesh, certain vested groups deliberately spread false narratives, and such disinformation continues even now. The problem has been compounded by the deliberate use of fake news and artificial intelligence-driven deepfakes, which make the situation even more dangerous. We must work together to confront these distortions before they erode trust among people and weaken the bonds of social harmony. Madam President, one of our top priorities is the empowerment of women. In the words of our national poet Qazi Nazrul Islam, whatever in this world is great, whatever is good and everlasting, half of it has been created by women and the other half by men. In reality, in many important fields today, the contribution of women is greater than half. This month, for the first time, Bangladesh published the Unpaid Household Production Satellite Account. It shows that women perform more than 85% of unpaid care and household work, with a value equivalent to over 16% of our GDP. Despite many obstacles, our girls are succeeding everywhere, from classrooms to boardrooms, from laboratories to sports fields. Recently, our women's football team won a regional championship, qualified for the Inter-Asian competition, and inspired millions across the country. My government's efforts to ensure women's safety, dignity, and equal opportunity continue. This year, we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration. On this occasion, we have strengthened our commitment to women's empowerment by announcing 4 national pledges under the Beijing Plus 30 Action Agenda to be implemented in the next 5 years. They include enacting a law to prevent and protect against sexual harassment, recognizing and valuing women's unpaid care and household work, increasing women's participation in politics and public life, and strengthening gender-responsive budgeting. Madam President, Bangladesh is committed to regional cooperation based on mutual respect, transparency, and shared prosperity. Through initiatives such as BIMSTEC, BBIN, Asian Highway, SASEC, we are advancing regional connectivity and trade. At the same time, we have expressed interest in joining effective regional forums like ASEAN, and we are working toward that goal. We also call for the revitalization of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC. Established 4 decades ago, SAARC achieved notable progress in its early years and laid a strong foundation for regional cooperation. Despite political deadlock, its institutional structure remains intact. We believe SAARC still holds the potential to deliver welfare to the hundreds of millions in our region, just as ASEAN has done in its own. For shared development, there is no alternative to regional cooperation among neighbors. And when it comes to the use of shared natural resources, fairness and compassion must guide us. Bangladesh is firmly committed to peaceful regional cooperation in this area. That is why, as the first country in South Asia, we have recently joined the UN Water Convention. Madam President, centuries of political exploitation, plunder of resources, and structural inequalities have created today's stark realities of uneven development. A decade ago, when we agreed on the 2030 agenda, we were filled with hope that the world would change course and move toward the right path. Yet the reality today is sobering. Progress toward the SDGs has fallen dangerously behind. The gap in development financing continues to grow, while the flow of official development assistance is shrinking. We urge donor countries to reverse this trend and to honor their commitments. We are in the process of graduating from the category of least developed countries to that of developing countries. Enhanced cooperation from the international community, in particular the relevant entities of the UN, is essential to ensure a smooth and sustainable transition. In this regard, we commend the work of OHRLLS and other relevant UN entities. We call for further strengthening of this office to enable more effective support to the LDCs and other vulnerable countries. At the same time, alongside grants and loans, we call for a massive expansion of social business through both public and private initiatives. This new approach can bring benefit to both donor and recipient countries alike. It can inspire, it can encourage, and it can take human creativity to new heights. Madam President, we acknowledge the contribution of UN to Bangladesh's progress and development. We reaffirm our full confidence in its 3 pillars: peace and security, development, and human rights. At the beginning of my statement, I said that over the past 8 decades, the UN has shown time and again that multilateral diplomacy helps humanity live together in greater harmony. Yet, on its 80th anniversary, we must acknowledge that multilateral diplomacy is under strain. The tensions of unequal bilateral relations have once again proved that multilateralism remains our last and best resort. To keep the UN, the custodian of multilateralism, alive and vibrant, we call for full transparency and sincere dialogue among member states. The United Nations must continue to evolve and adapt if it is to meet today's challenges and fulfill our collective aspiration for multilateralism. In this spirit, we welcome the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative, but we must also insist reform must not weaken multilateralism or silence the voices of developing countries. Reform must have one goal only, to bring about real and positive change on the ground. Madam President, last year our people proved that injustice in this world is not eternal. They proved that change is not only possible, it is inevitable. We must remember that the challenges ahead cannot be met by any single country alone. And we must also remember that in today's world, where one nation falls into crisis, when crisis erupts in one corner of the globe, the security of the whole world is put at risk. We must move forward with the dream of building a world of 3 zeros. Our young generation will grow as the soldiers of that dream. Before them will stand 3 goals: zero carbon, zero wealth concentration, and zero unemployment. On this foundation, they will build their world. Let the dream of a 3-0 world be the dream of all nations united in this assembly. With this hope, I conclude my statement. I thank you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Ahmed Attaf, Minister of State, Minister for Foreign Affairs, National Community Abroad, and African Affairs of Algeria. Bismillah.
In the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful, Your Excellency, Mr. President, our United Nations organization celebrates its 80th year, and Algeria, together with the UN, celebrates the 7th decade of enlisting the issue of Algerian liberation on the program of this assembly. We celebrate these two memories in a global reality that is extremely turbulent and intricate. It is an international reality where conflicts have accumulated while settlements are absent, a reality where technological revolutions have proliferated while the development gap has expanded between the North and the South. A reality where instruments and treaties and commitments are abundant while implementation and commitment to their letter and spirit are scarce. In this complex situation, our organization is incapable and voiceless and marginalized. its enshrined principles are violated and its adopted resolutions are not implemented. Multilateralism that has been established by the United Nations is being manipulated by unilateral action and self-serving conflicts. The responsibility is entirely upon us, the member states, to restore respect for international law and to restore effectiveness to multilateralism. And we are similarly responsible for empowering the United Nations to restore its status as the beating heart of the international system based on the rule of law. The memory of establishing our United Nations must lead us to reflect on the most important issue on its agenda, which is the question of Palestine. The age of this question of Palestine is as old as the United Nations organization, and the legal essence of this issue takes root in the principles of the UN Charter. And the history of this issue is preserved in more than 1,000 resolutions who have recorded its essence and its legitimacy for through more than 900 resolutions adopted by the General Assembly and close to 100 resolutions adopted by the Security Council. The question of Palestine faces the greatest threat ever today, which is the threat of erasure through annexation and displacement, as well as through suffocating the legitimate institutions that represent the Palestinian question, and that may also eliminate the two-state solution that has been the consensus on the issue. The threat is not limited to Palestine. After the Israeli occupation is now loud and proud in its intention to revive what it calls Greater Israel. This situation makes it incumbent on the international community as a whole to uphold the responsibilities. We are responsible to take action so that the seal of our 8th decade be the seal of Palestinian pain, catastrophes, and tragedies. It is the responsibility to work in order to prevent Palestinian neighbors, in particular Lebanon, Syria, Egypt, and Jordan, the horrors of what Greater Israel promises. It is the responsibility to seek to preserve the two-state solution and to build a Palestinian state that is sovereign and independent on the borders of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital, as a just and lasting settlement for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We appreciate the increasing recognition of the state of Palestine, and we also reiterate the call launched by our President Abdelmajid Tebboune to empower the state of Palestine with a full-fledged membership in the United Nations. The entire world must realize that the establishment of the state of Palestine is not a choice, but a necessity, and it's not a favor, but a right, an integral right of the Palestinian people. It's not a hope, but a necessary condition that is indispensable and that cannot be evaded in order to restore security and stability in the Middle East as a whole. Accordingly, Algeria follows with great concern the ongoing negotiations under the auspices of the United States of America in order to end the tragedy in Gaza. Algeria encourages these efforts and hopes they will lead to an end to the Nakba, the catastrophe in Gaza, on the road, as a step on the road to a final settlement to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The passage of time, no matter how long, cannot defeat the will of a people or the essence of their legitimate causes. "62 years have passed since the General Assembly has added the Western Sahara to the list of territories whose people are claiming an end to colonization, and 50 years since the Security Council has adopted the first resolution on the Western Sahara, and 34 years since the deployment of the UN mission for the referendum in the Western Sahara, the MINURSO. Time may prolong the accomplishment of justice, but it does not cancel justice or the legitimacy of a cause. This August Forum is or bears witness to this through supporting the people of the Western Sahara. The Western Sahara remains an issue of decolonization. The Sahrawi people remain deserving and entitled to their inalienable right of self-determination. The imposed reality in the Sahrawi land remains an occupation as per international law and the firm doctrine of the United Nations. The solution to this issue, in our opinion, must be based on 5 elements. 1, that the solution take place under the permanent auspices of the United Nations. 2nd, that the solution be based on direct negotiations between the parties, the Kingdom of Morocco and the Polisario Front. 3rd, that this solution be a result of the formulation of the parties and not imposed by any single party or any other party. 4th, that this solution be aligned with UN principles on decolonization and on achieving justice for people under colonization. And 5th, and finally, that the solution leads to empowering the Sahrawi people of exercising their right to self-determination as per UN resolutions. Also, in the direct neighborhood of my country, the Libyan crisis deepens and complicates further day by day. While the international community is losing interest in Libya, and while any practical prospects for a peaceful settlement is absent. 14 years after the start of the crisis, this sisterly nation remains trapped in divisions that are fueled and invested by foreign interventions, as per plots that do not desire the best for Libya or desire Libya's stability or security. If the matter was left to the Libyans alone, they would have reached an end to their divisions by now and would have charted a path forward that ends the crisis a long time ago. It is high time to end the foreign interventions in Libya in order for the resilient Libyan people to heal and reunite. Only then we would have paved the road to a consensus leading to a settlement and elections by which the Libyans would choose their representatives. Representatives who are loyal to the Libyan nation and the Libyan people. As for the Sahel region, Algeria reiterates its full commitment to the security and stability of our neighbors and to building the best and strongest relations and most mutually beneficial with our sisters and neighbors in the region. I note here that for the second year in a row, a member of the coup regime dares from Mali through this rostrum to attack Algeria. It is the height of rudeness and vulgarity by which this failed poet has spoken, and this coup plotter. It is only the illusion of a soldier and lowly conduct that does not deserve anything but condescendence, and it only inspires disgust. And allow me to repeat this last statement in French.
The depth of perfidy, vulgarity, and coarseness reached by this false poet, but genuine coup plotter, are nothing more than brutish verbiage. His gutter talk deserves only scorn and inspires only disgust. I repeat, once again, the depth of perfidy, vulgarity, and coarseness reached by this false poet, but genuine coup plotter, are nothing more than brutish verbiage. His gutter talk deserves only scorn and inspires only disgust.
Instead of excelling in blaming others and distracting from one's own failures, we would have hoped that coarse soldier and his likes had excelled at other disciplines that are more noble and more beneficial for Mali, such as restoring security and stability in their country, or the skill of improving the living standards of the people in Mali, and finally, the skill of empowering Mali with a governance that is befitting to its legacy and great history, a governance of competence and integrity, and that is loyal. The Republic of Mali deserves better than those coup plotters and conspirators. Algeria fully understands that this sisterly nation cannot be reduced to a few that do not aspire to a better future for their country and only see a future of overpowering the people. The Algerian hand remains extended, and our efforts continue, and our patience will not run out in order to prioritize the historical ties that connect us to the people of Mali. Our ties will not be shaken by these accidental leaders. In the wider context of Africa, Algeria reiterates and recommits to its role in joint African efforts, in particular as Africa stands at a crossroads today. It is a critical juncture where on a juncture facing challenges on one side and opportunities on the other. The African reality makes it urgent to address the conflicts and crises that have not spared any part of the continent. Our continent is more vulnerable to the scourge of terrorism today, and the African reality makes it urgent to seize the opportunities to achieve integration and cooperation, including through the African Continental Trade Zone, and working together for the betterment of our people. And the reality also requires the need to end decades of marginalization. The marginalization that our continent suffers in the different centers of decision-making in the world, starting with the Security Council and the World Bank and the IMF, as well as the World Trade Organization. In light of this reality, it is highly concerning that peacekeeping missions in Africa be targeted by a package of restrictions that limit missions' ability to carry out their mandates in the name of cross-cutting, rather cost-cutting. Peacekeeping missions are the most prominent and essential manifestation of international commitment to security and stability in the African continent. Undermining the missions means undermining this essence and commitment to the collective security on which this organization is based. In the Euro-Mediterranean, Algeria continues upholding its responsibility as a constructive partner and as a reliable partner that is fully engaged in all the efforts that aim to achieve security and prosperity in this shared Mediterranean space. The most pressing challenge in the Mediterranean, represented in the trilogy of security, development, and illegal migration, requires the countries of the North Coast and the countries of the South Coast to adopt a comprehensive and inclusive approach that we hope will be the heart of what we call the new era for the Mediterranean. An approach that will restore to Euro-Mediterranean relations the balance in substance and in form. An approach that will make economic development on the southern front a shared priority in a strategic and urgent manner, and that will restore the balance of roles so that the countries of the north be a driver for growth and development within a balanced partnership based on investment and technology transfer and expanding the prospects of shared prosperity. For 2 years, Algeria has been privileged and has enjoyed the confidence of this General Assembly through its election as a non-permanent member in the Security Council. Here we are today, about to end this tenure, and we are hopeful that we have lived up to your confidence and have been loyal to the trust that you have granted us. The President of the Republic, Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, desired for Algeria's membership in the UN Security Council to be a membership of loyalty to the principles and purposes of the United Nations Charter, a loyalty to Algerians' Arab and African belonging, and loyalty to Algeria's identity and its history of struggle for freedom.
وبناء على ذلك.
Accordingly, we have pursued with all our effort and sincerity to translate these commitments to actions through coordination with our African brothers and sisters within the A3 group and through cooperation with our partners within the wider group of the elected 10 members, and as well as through consulting all relevant actors of brotherly and sisterly nations and friendly nations outside the Security Council. We have attempted and exerted our utmost, where we have been successful at times and at other times have not achieved our desired goals. However, we have not surrendered and have never taken for granted a status quo. In our consolation is that Security Council's inability to address a lot of critical issues, at the forefront of which is the issue of Gaza, this incapacity did not silence the international conscience that is loudly heard in the overwhelming majority of the member states in the Security Council and in this UN General Assembly. The international conscience remains alive and alert through this overwhelming majority, and therefore Algeria is certain that hope remains alive for a better future for our United Nations, a better future for the international community, and a better future for the whole of humanity. Thank you all, and thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs, National Community Abroad and African Affairs of Algeria. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency William Samuel Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, the President of the 88th session of the UN General Assembly, Madam Annalena Baerbock, Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate you, Madam President, on your election to preside over the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. Madam President, you can count on Kenya's full support throughout your tenure as you steer the Assembly into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, in the aftermath of the unprecedented global destruction and devastating war, the international community came together in hope. They created this organization, the United Nations, as a shield against the horrors of war, as a platform for dialogue, and as a bridge to a better, fairer, more secure global community. What is often forgotten or not mentioned today is that the United Nations grew out of the failure of the League of Nations that existed between 1919 and 1945. The League of Nations did not collapse for lack of good intentions or noble objectives. Formed at the end of the First World War and as part of the Treaty of Versailles, it was humanity's first attempt to build a permanent international organization to stop aggression and war and bring nations together. Its ambitions were to achieve collective global security, disarmament, peaceful dispute resolution, and cooperation on humanitarian and social issues. Despite these ideals, the League of Nations failed. The United States never joined, other great powers came and went, and without enforcement authority, its condemnation carried little weight. When Japan invaded Manchuria, when Italy marched into Ethiopia, and when Hitler openly defied its rules, the League stood by, helpless and powerless. By the late 1930s, its credibility had collapsed, and with the outbreak of the World War II, it was rendered irrelevant. Madam President, this history is both a lesson and a warning. Institutions rarely fail because they lack vision or ideals. More often, they drift into irrelevance when they do not adapt, when they hesitate to act, and when they lose legitimacy. To remain relevant, institutions must be reimagined, must be reformed, renewed, and aligned with emerging realities. 8 decades ago, the founders of the UN sought to correct the failures of the League of Nations by creating a stronger, more inclusive organization anchored in the principles of, and I quote, "We the people of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war," end of quote. Today, we are gathered for the UN at 80. The question is unavoidable. Is the United Nations relevant to the demands of our time? Can it continue to serve humanity in the face of current realities? Or has it become a relic of a bygone era? Madam President, Excellencies, we meet against a grim global backdrop. Conflict rages in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and beyond. Climate disasters grow fiercer by the day. Inequality deepens, pandemics loom, and technological disruptions outpaces governance. Instead of trust, mistrust is spreading. Instead of solidarity, fragmentation is taking root. In place of hope, anxiety fills our global community. We are living, to borrow from the words of the founders of this institution, not in larger freedom, but in growing uncertainty. At this moment of turbulence, when we most need a strong United Nations, the organization faces its deepest crisis in credibility and capacity. Funding cuts have paralyzed its operations. Bureaucracy has slowed its response. The Security Council remains frozen in the post-war structures of 1945, unable to act inclusively, with fairness, and with speed. Ladies and gentlemen, I can, however, state with absolute conviction that the United Nations has been one of humanity's greatest achievements. For 8 decades, it has held back the specter of global war, calmed conflicts from Cambodia to Liberia, and stood guard in some of the world's most dangerous places through the courage of its peacemakers and peacekeepers. Few institutions in humanity's history can claim such a legacy. The United Nations has stood at the front lines of humanitarian crisis, from famine relief in the Horn of Africa to emergency shelter for millions of Syrian and Ukrainian refugees. It was at the forefront in the eradication of smallpox, coordinated global responses to HIV and AIDS, Ebola, and COVID-19, and continues to champion universal vaccination. Its agencies have advanced women's rights, protected children, safeguarded refugees, and set global norms on everything from disarmament to climate action. The UN Sustainable Development Goals remain a shared blueprint for human progress. These are achievements no nation could have achieved alone, however rich, however great, or however powerful. And yet, every institution, no matter how noble its origins or impactful its legacy, must adapt to changing times or slide into irrelevance. Today, the United Nations stands at a crossroads of renewal on one hand or decay on another. Put differently, after 80 years, the rhymes of time are calling on us to reimagine the original promise that inspired the founding of the United Nations, and that is the quest for global peace, development, and human rights. But this call must now be answered in a global context that is profoundly different from the post-war era in which the UN was conceived then. We would be denying the cold, hard truth if we say that the United Nations is delivering as it should. On peace and security, its voice is too often drowned by the rivalries of great powers, while some nations simply ignore its resolutions and do as they please. Too often, the UN's blue helmet, once a symbol of moral authority, no longer commands the same respect. From the conflicts in Gaza to Ukraine, to the crisis in Sudan, DRC Congo, Somalia, and the Sahel, we see actors proceed undeterred by the United Nations calls. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya speaks from the experience of a nation deeply invested in multilateralism. For decades, we have placed our troops and police in harm's way for peacekeeping missions across Africa and beyond, from Somalia to Democratic Republic of Congo, from South Sudan to most recently in our neighborhood here in Haiti. Over the past 15 months, we are proud to have led the multinational security support mission in Haiti, not because it has been easy, but because solidarity is the essence of the United Nations. Madam President, the mandate of the MSS mission is coming to an end in a few days. As the lead nation, allow me to briefly share our experiences, the successes and the challenges, as both a cautionary tale and a living lesson about the strengths and weaknesses of the current global security governance architecture. For far too long, the people of Haiti called out to the world. Too often, their pleas were met with silence, hesitation, or half measures. Haiti became a tragic reminder of what happens when the international community looks away, prevaricates, or offers half-hearted support. When Kenya responded to the quest for the Haitian authorities, it was in the belief that we were joining a genuinely multinational effort. We welcomed and fully embraced Resolution 2699, by which the United Nations Security Council authorized the MSS with Kenya as the lead nation. Drawing on our decades of peace support operations, we stepped forward, stepped up, and deployed our officers to confront the rampant menace of gang violence in Port-au-Prince and its environs. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the mission has operated in a volatile environment under enormous constraints. It has been underfunded, under-equipped, and operated below 40% of its authorized personnel strength. Our police officers have valiantly shouldered responsibilities without the full logistical support that would accompany any mission sanctioned by the United Nations. Despite these challenges, and against all odds, the MSS has delivered results many thought were impossible. The presidential palace, once under siege from gangs, is today restored as the seat of government. The police headquarters and the police training center, once overrun by gangs, are now secure, with the academy resuming the training of new police officers, over 700 of whom graduated a few months ago. Schools that have been shattered by violence have reopened, with children back in class, learning and progressing. Roads once manned or blocked by gangs have now free-flowing traffic. Cases of kidnapping and extortion have reduced sharply. The airport and the seaport, once surrounded by gangs, are now abuzz with normal operations. Which begs the question, if so much could be achieved with limited resources and stretched personnel within just 15 months, what more could have been accomplished if the United Nations fraternity had truly acted together in solidarity with the people of Haiti? From this podium, I wish to assure all partners and actors that with the right personnel, adequate resources, appropriate equipment, and necessary logistics, Haiti's security can be restored. Gangs can be neutralized and the safety of streets, schools, hospitals, and homes secured. The continued harassment, abductions, and criminal acts undermining the lives of Haitians are unacceptable, unjustifiable, and must be stopped by this organization, the United Nations. Madam President, as the UN Security Council deliberates on the next steps, we must not lose sight of the fact that the situation in Haiti demands sustained, coordinated, and undivided international attention. A careful and orderly transition from MSS is essential to consolidate the hard-won gains so far achieved. I urge the Security Council and all partners to remain steadfast in ensuring that Haiti moves forward on a path of peace, stability, and renewal. Ladies and gentlemen, on human rights, our principle is clear and unwavering. The protection of civilians and respect for humanitarian law cannot be applied selectively. We cannot condemn suffering in one place and turn a blind eye in another. Kenya is gravely concerned by the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and by the immense suffering of civilians caught in the devastation of disproportionate military operations. At the same time, We call for the unconditional release of Israeli hostages. In line with the African Union and United Nations resolutions, we also call for a permanent ceasefire, for strict adherence to international humanitarian law, and for the launch of a credible political process. Only through such a process can the vision of a two-state solution be realized, where Israel and Palestine live side by side in peace, security, and stability. Kenya is equally deeply troubled by the worsening humanitarian situation in Sudan, where innocent citizens are caught in the crossfire of a needless war. We fully endorse the Quad, comprising Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States, in affirming that there cannot be a military solution and that only political dialogue offers a viable path forward. We join the Quad in urging all parties, including SAF, RSF, and the external actors, to respect Sudan's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, and firmly reject any attempts to divide the country, reaffirming our unwavering support for a unified Sudan for the benefit of all its people. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, those who look to the future with a clear vision know that climate change is not only the single greatest threat of our age, but also one of the greatest transformation opportunities of our time. The global stocktake has made it plain that the world is off track. Current national determined contributions are steering us towards temperature rises far beyond any safe threshold. This is the difference between survival on one hand and devastation for millions across the world on the other. Kenya and Africa are not passive victims of this crisis. We are taking bold steps showing that climate action is not only possible, but can also be the foundation for inclusive growth. We are building a climate-resilient society by embedding adaptation into every sector, from agriculture and energy to infrastructure and livelihoods, to sustainable mining and artificial intelligence. This ambition is visible on the ground. Today, 93% of Kenya's electricity comes from renewable sources: geothermal, wind, solar, and hydro. We are expanding investments in e-mobility, climate-smart agriculture, clean cooking solutions, and green manufacturing. We are also pioneering nature-compatible solutions such as sustainable waste management and circular economy interventions. Africa, too, is uniting its voice. In 2023, in Nairobi, we hosted the inaugural Africa Climate Summit, where the continent adopted the Nairobi Declaration on Climate Action and Call to Action. Just 2 weeks ago, in Addis Ababa, Africa came together once more at the second Africa Climate Summit to reaffirm our commitment and strengthen our ambition for climate-positive growth. We declared Africa not just as a victim of the crisis, but as a source of solutions, with climate action driving economic growth, transformation, and job creation for our communities. Ambition, ladies and gentlemen, cannot stand on willpower alone. Implementing our new NDCs will require $56 billion. That is why we call on the global community to unlock the $300 billion agreed at Baku, and to accelerate negotiations towards the new $1.3 trillion goal under the Baku-Belém roadmap. Without affordable finance and without reform of the international financial architecture, the promise of climate action in Africa will remain constrained. Madam President, in the aftermath of World War II, the Bretton Woods institutions were created to stabilize the global economy and rebuild war-torn Europe. At that time, Their design reflected the power and interest of the victorious nations, who were also their primary shareholders and beneficiaries. The IMF was tasked with upholding the gold standard exchange rate system, while the World Bank was established to finance Europe's reconstruction. Both have since evolved into development finance institutions, but their structures, decision-making, and governance remains dominated by wealthy nations. Today, the global context is vastly different. The global standard collapsed 5 decades ago, and Europe has long since been rebuilt. Yet, the governance of these institutions has not kept pace with needs of a multipolar world, especially the needs of poor and developing nations. The mismatch between shareholders and stakeholders has become starkly visible. For instance, during the IMF's recent allocation of special drawing rights, 64% went to wealthy nations. Just imagine, 64%. With little need for liquidity support. They didn't need the money anyway, but they got 64%. While the poorer countries received just 2.4%. What a disconnect. The imbalance highlights how the very institutions meant to safeguard global finance stability often perpetuate inequality and instability. I have argued, and I say it again, that the current global financial architecture punishes poor countries with high interest rates and enormous conditionalities while rewarding rich nations with lower interest rates and softer lending rates. Its rules, priorities, and allocation mechanisms consistently favor those already prosperous, while trapping vulnerable economies in cycles of debt, high borrowing costs, and inadequate access to emergency support and concessional funding. It is imperative to transform these institutions into genuinely independent, apolitical global bodies that their operations are aligned with their global mandate. Such a shift would democratize decision-making, restore credibility, and allow the IMF and the World Bank to serve all countries fairly rather than reinforcing old hierarchies. But Africa is not merely waiting for external prescriptions. We are taking bold and deliberate steps to strengthen our financial independence, safeguard our stability, and accelerate our development. Kenya, for instance, fully endorses the establishment of the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, launched with the Africa Union in February 2024. This alliance brings together our homegrown banks, Afrexim Bank, the Africa Finance Corporation, the Trade and Development Bank, Shelter Africa Re, Africa Development Bank, Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance, and ZEPRI, institutions that embody Africa's determination to mobilize resources, finance trade, and build resilience on our own terms. At the same time, the Africa Union is championing 3 transformative institutions: the Africa Central Bank, which will issue a single currency and free our trade from dependence on foreign money; the Africa Monetary Fund, positioned to stabilize our economies and give us true financial sovereignty; and the Africa Investment Bank, designed to mobilize resources for infrastructure, industrialization, and integration that Africa needs to rise. And to complete this vision, the Africa Credit Rating Agency, one that understands our realities, values our uniqueness, and tells our story with fairness and truth, has already been established. Excellencies, as we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, Africa also marks 20 years since the Ezulwini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration, the two historic milestones that establishes the common African position on UN Security Council reforms. For 2 decades, Africa has spoken in one voice, demanding justice, equity, and representation in the highest organ of global governance. This demand, however, continues to be ignored, deferred, or endlessly debated to the detriment of both Africa and the legitimacy of the United Nations itself. You cannot claim to be the United Nations while disregarding the voice of 54 nations. It is not possible. Africa is no longer willing to wait on the margins of global governance while decisions about peace, security, and development are made without our understanding, without our perspectives, and without our voice. Africa's exclusion is not only unacceptable, unfair, and grossly unjust, it also undermines the very credibility of the United Nations, this organization. Africa dominates most of the Security Council agenda, provides some of the largest contingents of UN peacekeeping forces, and bears the heaviest costs of instability. Yet we remain the only continent without a permanent seat at the main table where decisions about our destiny are made. Africa deserves, ladies and gentlemen, at the very least, 2 permanent seats with full rights, including the right to veto, and 2 additional non-permanent seats on the United Nations Security Council. The world must understand that reforming the Security Council is not a favor to Africa or to anybody. It is a necessity for the United Nations' own survival. If the United Nations is to remain relevant in this century, it must reflect today's realities, not the post-war power arrangements of 1945. Madam President, despite the stated and evident weaknesses of the United Nations, it still remains humanity's best chance at global solidarity. No other institution has the universal legitimacy or convening power of the UN. From coordinating humanitarian relief in times of war and disaster, to mobilizing the global response to COVID-19, to driving consensus on climate change through the Paris Agreement, the UN has consistently shown that the world can achieve together what no nation can accomplish on its own, however mighty or great or powerful. As Doug Hammarskjöld, the UN Second Secretary General, once observed, and I quote, "The United Nations was not created to take humanity to heaven, but to save it from hell." End of quote. That mission is as urgent today as it was 8 decades ago. At a time when conflicts are multiplying, when climate change threatens every economy, and when inequality is widening, the need for a functioning, credible, effective, and a multilateral system has never been greater. It is through the UN that nations have pooled resources to vaccinate billions of children, to protect refugees from through the work of the UNHCR, and to keep the peace in more than 70 missions across the world. Without the UN, these achievements, modest though they may sometimes seem, would not have been possible. That is why we must resist the temptation to give up on the UN or abandon it. We must make it fit for purpose, reform its structures, strengthen its mandate, and ensure its decisions reflect today's realities rather than the geopolitical map of a bygone era. As one of the hosts of the UN headquarters and the only one in the Global South, Kenya stands ready to do its part to enable the organization to go through this phase of renewal successfully as envisaged by the Secretary General under UN 80 reforms. In conclusion, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, The 80th anniversary of the United Nations must be more than a commemoration. It must be a turning point for the organization. Let us seize this moment to reimagine and rebuild the UN into a body that commands legitimacy, responds with speed, and delivers justice for all. I thank you, and God bless you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gustavo Petro Orrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, this is my last statement as President here. It's the fourth time. In my first speech, I announced that it was very likely that there would be conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza and in Palestine, and that I suggested that there be a peace conference, but those who don't have bombs or large budgets are not heeded here. Well, 4 years later, the horrific situation in Palestine did not lead me to think that almost the same thing could happen in the Colombian Caribbean area, where unarmed young people are being shot at with missiles in the open seas. And now we are in a different situation. Perhaps it's more global, a kind of Stone Age that has descended on all of humankind. Missiles against 17 unarmed young people in the Caribbean Sea, some of them Colombians. The persecution, imprisonment, and expulsion of millions of migrants, missiles that have killed some 70,000 people in Gaza, the lack of action on the climate crisis. All this is linked, and all this has the same cause. Migration is simply an excuse so that a rich society, rich, white, and racist, believes itself to be the superior race and is not realizing that its leaders are leading it to the abyss, to its own distinction, together with the rest of humanity. They said that the missiles in the Caribbean were used to stop drug trafficking. That is a lie. Stated here in this very rostrum. In 2023 and 2024 were years when the largest amount of cocaine was seized, and over 700 drug traffickers were extradited to the United States in Europe. I extradited them, and my government seized, confiscated the cocaine, and we didn't shoot a single missile, nor did we kill any youths. The years where I was able to prove that it's more effective to substitute coca crops than eradicate them, than forced eradication using poison, and forcing peasants to use it. The violent war against drugs was a failure, and I replaced it with an effective anti-trafficking policy, not based on a mix-up between an inert substance, that is drugs, with people who actually use it and practice it. But what was necessary is to destroy dialogue and to shoot missiles Was it really necessary on unarmed, poor young people in the Caribbean? The anti-drug policy is not meant to stop cocaine that is coming to the United States. The anti-drug policy is to dominate the peoples of the South as a whole. You shouldn't look at the drugs, you should look at who has the power and who dominates. This is why I speak to you as a decertified president. I've been decertified by President Trump without him having any right to do this, a human right or divine right or any sensible reason. They want to force by violence tens of thousands of peasants to do what the U.S. government wants to do, which are influenced by mafia groups in Colombia. Thousands of peasants are massacred in Colombia by politicians who were senators, who were presidents, who were ministers that were bribed and on the payroll of the drug mafia. And at the same time, they were allies of the extreme right based in Florida of the United States, and now allies of the Trump administration. They've been allied for decades with drug lords, cocaine drug lords in Colombia. They were allies, and so they led this anti-drug policy from Washington. I don't know if Trump even knows that his foreign policy towards Colombia, Venezuela, and towards the Caribbean is based on advice from Colombians who are allies of the cocaine mafia. I myself denounced these politicians, including the paramilitaries, drug traffickers, naming them by their names in the Congress of Colombia when I was senator, and many times they wanted to kill me because of that. And they did not want me to become president. They wanted me to shut up, and now they don't want another progressive government to be reelected. That is why I've been personally decertified, and they have spread calumny against Colombia. Colombia has confiscated the highest amount of cocaine in the history of the country under my government, and I've been decertified. In Colombia, we have managed to stop the increase in the rate of expansion of coca crops that was 43% under the government of Duque and has dropped to 3%. And Duque was not decertified. He was who had someone who financed his campaign who was a drug trafficker, and instead they've decertified me. So the anti-drug policy is not aimed at the public health of a society, but rather to prop up a policy of domination. They don't want to give the power to the people. The young people that were killed using missiles in the Caribbean were not from Hamas. They were not from other terrorist groups. They were poor Colombians. And with apologies to those who dominate the United Nations, there should be criminal cases against those officials of the United States for doing this, including the utmost official, President Trump, that allowed the shooting of missiles against these young people who were simply trying to escape poverty. Youths who in a speedboat who might have had a certain amount of drugs were not drug traffickers. They were simply poor youth. But the real drug traffickers live somewhere else, not in America, not in Latin America. So it's easy to to shoot missiles against the speedboats with migrants and accusing them of terrorism and drug trafficking when they don't have a single weapon to defend themselves, when the real drug traffickers live in New York, here, just a few blocks from here, in Miami. And they reach agreements with the DEA. And they're allowed to traffic in Africa, in Russia, in China, but not in the United States. A country that has not managed to reduce its consumption of cocaine because it's drug addicts, or rather they did manage to reduce the consumption of cocaine simply because their addicts switched to another type of drug, fentanyl, which is much deadlier. This fentanyl is produced in the industrial heartland of the United States, here, not far from here. And the consumers are here as well. It's produced and consumed in the United States. That is the worst. They're addicted to fentanyl and to gasoline, the two main poisons of life in the world. And gasoline is even worse than fentanyl. Only the black-skinned people here, those who are ancestral here, that were thousands of years have been here, or young people, or women who don't want to see their children die of any color of their skin. The people are still hooked on fentanyl or hooked on television. Only they can stop this domination by the United States. The people who have taken to the streets in California, in New York, in Philadelphia, where the Liberty Bell stands, in spite of the National Guard that Trump sends out against its own people to shut them up, to the states that are free. These states are no longer uniting their efforts in the face of tyranny. The President of the United States does not know that 1 million Latin Americans have died. The largest share of them from Colombia. And another 1 million will die in North America in 10 years because of fentanyl. Cocaine killed 3,000 people a year today. Fentanyl kills 130 per year, 30 times more. That is the outcome of 30 years by the United States of a policy that is absurd and that is leading its society to the horrific death due to drugs that kill the brain. And in this situation, Trump not only allows missiles to be fired at young people in the Caribbean, does not only imprison migrants, but also allows missiles to be killed against children, women, and old people in Gaza. He is an accomplice to genocide. It is a genocide, and we need to prevent it. This forum is a mute witness to a genocide. In a world where we thought that this was something only a legacy of Hitler. Here they don't speak of life, of the climate crisis. What is happening is the death of thousands of children. Meanwhile, we in Colombia have not increased the rate of killings. We have the lowest unemployment rate in the country this century. We have the lowest unemployment rates. We have developed our agriculture by 10% and our industry by 5%. We have more tourists than ever who have come to see the beauties of our country, our cultural and natural beauties. And we are seeking peace by negotiating with drug traffickers and with rebels. I will always be ready to discuss, to negotiate, to save lives, and to eradicate coca crops, but based on their own voluntary decision by Colombian peasants. Let us not be bribed by the drug traffickers, as was the case in previous governments in Colombia. And 25,000 hectares have already been eradicated voluntarily. We have been successful in this new policy. It's not an anti-drug policy, but an anti-drug traffickers policy. That is something different. And we're grateful to the countries that have helped us, such as Qatar, Cuba, Mexico, Vatican, Norway, Brazil, and Venezuela. We don't want to thank those who want to sow war between us. People of the world, listen. Latin America does not only mean drug trafficking or coke or cocaine. Latin America has a massive potential for clean electrical energy, renewable alternate energy based on wind, water. The United States has a huge demand for energy, and 70% of it is filled by fossil fuels, in other words, based on carbon, coal, gas. Latin America is developing its clean energy potential, and we can satisfy the entire demand of the United States for energy. What is necessary is investment, and we would make the biggest contribution to fighting climate change. Given the huge potential for clean energy and the capacity to absorb by the Amazon, Latin America can make a tremendous contribution to save the life in this planet. All that is necessary is $600 billion to develop this potential. Africa and Europe can do the same. It is this decarbonization would provide us with over $1.3 trillion. This is money that is already in the treasuries of the United States, Europe, and China, but not a dollar is spent because it's not profitable. Or rather, it might be profitable in terms of human life, including life in the United States, in Europe, and China. However, they don't want to depend on Latin America and Africa. They know that to bring together the clean energy of Africa and Latin America would not only decarbonize the planet, save it from the climate collapse, but it would also change the global power of which is discussed here. But that power is spoken in terms of bombs. But this would truly create a global democracy and change the means of production, because life and humanity would become the priorities, and they would edge out greed. Greed is the poison of life, and Mao spoke of this. Chairman Mao. According to science, we have 10 more years until we reach a point of no return in terms of the climate. And once we reach that point, we won't be able to do anything. We will simply observe the disasters, and we'll feel them in our own families and cities. Because It will be irreversible. The extinction of life, extinction of human life will be, there'll be an irreversibility of the process, and no technology, no political or social force will be able to do anything about it to stop this collapse. And we only have 10 years left. That is what science tells us. But here people don't believe in science. The most powerful man in the world does not believe in science. That is the irrationality. And Germany, the country of great philosophers, of Kant, Feuerbach, and others, became prey of irrationalism in 1933, and today it's this country that is becoming irrational. The solution is to stop consuming fossil fuels and to quickly switch to water, wind, hydrogen. But the word decarbonization sounds subversive at the conferences of the most powerful countries, the G7 or G20 or Davos, among the rich. Just as 5 centuries ago, the word democracy sounded subversive here, or in Bogota, and in Paris, and in Madrid. These dollars that I mentioned here, 600 billion or 1.3 trillion. This is significant. This is just a little more than what the rich countries pledged at the COP in Paris, and they have not fulfilled their pledges because they are not interested in decarbonization. And what has come is basically loans from multilateral banks, which are just small amounts compared to what is needed. The climate crisis means that in all public budgets, investment in decarbonization and adaptation should be the priority. A global financial policy is necessary that is different. The debt risk premium should be abolished. Which countries are the riskiest? They are the countries that have the highest greenhouse gas emissions, such as this one. These are the riskiest countries. Whereas the countries that absorb CO2, and we have jungles and a lot of water in the south, we absorb the CO2 of the north. But the market does not agree with that. So the debt of the poorest countries must be forgiven. There should be swaps, debt swaps for adaptation and mitigation and investment in the climate crisis. So people from the United States and those from Wall Street, from London, you want to collect the interest payments from the debt of our countries. What you will find eventually is cemeteries, because we'll all be dead. The money will be useless in the midst of all the cemeteries. Another subversive word is to plan. A global plan. The word plan has been forgotten because it was not necessary to plan, because to plan is anathema. And there was a fundamentalist belief in the markets, thinking that markets would bring happiness. The Swiss economist Arras said this. And in fact, the market leads to an abyss. It leads to death, as we are already witnessing today. Malras, that was his name, was wrong. Neoliberalism was mistaken from the very beginning, and it's been guiding our countries for the past 50 years based on completely erroneous formulas. The plans should be binding on national states. There should be a global democracy supervised by a Security Council that does not have the right to veto. Because we have to understand that the market will not resolve the climate crisis, because it has produced that crisis. It was capital, which is based on unequal relationship between those who own the means that create the carbon and those who work, who are salaried employees. And this is a system that has to produce more and more objects that the boss, the owner, has to sell. And the same thing for the production of fossil fuels. That is what has produced the climate crisis. Produce more, to consume more, to sell more, and thus create more carbon, more oil, until we die. But this will not last forever, because carbon and fossil fuels have reached the end, because that is perhaps will mean the end of capital in general, because if it's not the end of capital, it'll be the end of life. The owner of capital is an individual that has power. It's not a thing. It's not some kind of puppet. It is a human being with his greed, a slave to his greed. That is the individual who will seek to make sure that more and more oil is produced in their countries, even if it poisons his life, and continue to dig for more oil, even if it destroys the atmosphere and destroys life. So we have to choose either life or greed, either the Stone Age or local and global democracy, freedom or death, as Bolivar said. And that was his slogan, his red and black, white and white banner. Freedom red, death black, and possible peace white. That is what is necessary, is a revolution by the peoples of the world to overcome the climate crisis and not to allow this crisis to reach a global collapse. It is a revolution of the united peoples, of civilizations that need to engage in dialogue, more than states themselves. It is a revolution of entire humanity to save life on the planet, and perhaps with the cooperation of certain governments that want to support life. Today, the United Nations is experiencing a crisis, and there's a need to transform it. Today, we have nation-states gathered here who no longer have power, and that no matter how much they vote, they are ignored, because the nation-state has also reached its decadence, its ultimate fall. Because capital has become global. It's not contained in a state. Socialism was supposed to be global, but Stalin, in fact, in Yalta, condemned a global revolution that was occurring in Spain and in Greece, and it might have occurred in Latin America and other places. So humanity is a new political subject that has emerged rather than the nation state. And so the United Nations has to become a united humanity, even though a diverse but united humanity. A new subject is appearing in human history, and this is very important. And I think that this is wonderful, because we have to overcome the idea of a nation state to become humanity, but that humanity must be united. For that, there needs to be democracy around the world. There needs to be permanent dialogue in the midst of diversity. It is our differences that compels us to coordinate our action at the global level. Dialogue, yes. Humanity, yes. Humanity profoundly democratic, yes. Hopefully a humanity of based on leaders who are free, rather than a humanity that is basically slaves, just to beasts of burden. A humanity that shoots missiles against young people, are defenseless armed people, or shoots missiles in a place of the world near where Jesus was born. These problems cannot be resolved with governments who are bribed by oil producers, by oil corporations. So a new political subject is emerging, a united and diverse humanity, united despite its diverse cultures. Meanwhile, the old societies of Europe are collapsing, and the United States is applauding its new Hitler. It's not listening to its own young people or its older people who died in Europe in the battlefields of Europe, fighting against Hitler and against his criminal ideology. Today, the same thing is being done as Hitler did, building concentration camps for migrants. It's stated that migrants are of an inferior race, and they blame them, just like Hitler blamed the Jews. They call them drug traffickers and thieves, whereas the majority of drug traffickers are blonde and have blue eyes, and they keep their fortunes in the largest banks in the world, and they don't live in Bogota or in Gaza. They live in Miami. They are neighbors of President Trump. They live in Dubai or in Paris or London. They don't live where there's poverty. But the missiles are fired against those where there's poverty. Tren de Aragua is a group that is considered a terrorist group, but that is not true. Migrants are not criminals. They should not be put in concentration camps, expelled and chained up. Immigration is not immigration is due to a blockade against countries like Iraq or Cuba. Immigration is a result of the impoverishment of many countries because of their indebtedness, because of wars unleashed by the United States and Europe to grab their oil. Immigration is a consequence of a climate crisis that leaves the tropics without water and destroys the environment. The solution to migration is very different from missiles or prisons or camps. There is no higher race. There's no supreme race. Only ignorant extremists think like that. All of humanity is made in God's image. They use they use immigration as a scapegoat to do nothing against the climate crisis, which will put an end to life. They use immigration to get the votes of the whites, but what is necessary is to put an end to the consumption of CO2 and oil, and stop drilling and drilling and drilling for oil. We need a different world, a humane world. And first and foremost, we need to stop the genocide in Gaza. Humanity cannot allow a single day more of this genocide, or for the genocidal Netanyahu and his allies in Europe and the United States to continue. The United Nations must uphold the decisions of the International Court of Justice. International law is the basis of civilization and of its wisdom as distilled in history, and it must make sure that the decisions of international justice are implemented, are applied. Diplomacy has been tried in Gaza. It could not resolve the situation. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, President Macron. We can keep insisting and insisting in when every single day, every single minute, a missile is fired and destroys the bodies of babies and children in the Arab state of Palestine. Every day, there are decisions, resolutions that are vetoed in the Security Council. Every day, more and more children die. More and more bombs, more and more dead. Perhaps those who do this, who shoot this, are robots. Maybe they don't have their own children. They're not human. Can we stop the genocide with a vote, the General Assembly? Yes, that's what we should do rather than a vote in the Security Council, because that is vetoed. United for peace for Palestine. We should establish a peacekeeping force to protect. What's necessary today are words, not blue helmets that are often lack training, and they're not ready to do this. No, what we need is a powerful army of countries that do not accept genocide. That is why I invite nations of the world and their peoples, most importantly, as an integral part of humanity, to bring together weapons and armies and to defend Palestine. I invite the armies of Asia and the brave people, the brave Slavic people who defeated Hitler, and the Latin American people of Bolivar, of Garibaldi and others. I think there's enough. We've had enough words. Today, the time has come to use the slogan of Bolivar, freedom or death, because Washington and NATO are killing democracy, and they are spreading totalitarianism at the global level. We need to raise the red and black banner flag. Without forgetting the white color, which was the color of peace and the color of hope in the heart of humanity. The United States no longer teach democracy, but rather kill democracy, especially among its immigrants, filled with greed. The UN should begin its change by stopping the genocide in Gaza with a army of liberation and salvation, and there should be a decision here taken in the General Assembly without any veto. After Gaza, we can start working on decarbonization so that we can found a truly global democracy, and and a new Security Council can be established without any vetoes, and where its decisions would be binding, and the global and national financial system should be based on decentralized capital. That is the way that humankind can regulate capital, to subordinate capital to life, to regulate it to people. That is the path by which the United Nations will move from an alliance of states to an alliance of cultures and peoples. If we overcome the climate crisis, and if we unite as humanity, we will manage to make the United Nations an assembly of peoples which seeks to make sure that every individual is free, making sure that every human being achieves their potential, and because the intelligence of human beings, illuminated by science, will make it possible to not only save life, but to fulfill the mission of humanity by expanding life into the stars. A humanity that is united and free can look at the stars and reach the stars, as the Romans, the legionnaires, thought of Judea when they used the word astra, or star. It's the time of freedom or death. A real death for missiles, but freedom is also real in the heart of human beings and its capacity to rebel and to resist. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Colombia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gustavo Petro Orrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señores